Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Scots College Regatta. On behalf of the Principal, Dr. Ian Lambert, the Director of Sport, Mr. Graham Patterson, and Michael Probert, the Director of Rowing, welcome to the Regatta. My name's Rob Hart. I am the President of the Rowing Support Group, and I've been roped into starting off with the commentary, and I'm in here with my friend Richard, who'll introduce himself, and then we'll get underway with the Year 9 7th quad.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name's James Dixon. I'm the President of the Parents Association and look forward to seeing all the races today, and looks like the first race is about to start. We've got in lane 2, St Ignatius, lane 3, King's School, lane 4, Shaw, lane 5, St Joseph's, and lane 6, St Augustine's. We've started. Augies have got off to a good start. Rating pretty high. Joey's got lots of power in the water. The Shore boys are away well, as you would expect. St Ignatius in lane 1, lane 2, rating about 29 strokes a minute. King's School lane 3, about the same. Lots of power in the water for these boys. Keep the blades in the water for as long as you can, I suppose. Sitting up nicely at the Shore School in lane 4. St Joseph's College in lane 5. Rating along nicely in St Augustine's in lane 6. Boys finishing their strokes nicely there too. But it's the Shore School out by good. Looks like a good length over Kings at this early part of the race. Yeah, the Shore School, lots of power in the water there. In the bow seat for the Shore School is Will Simmons, then Hamish Bergen, Thomas Mitchell, Edward Baxter, and the cox is Leon Lee. In the St Ignatius College crew we have Patrick Ryan, Spencer Solomons, Thomas Hartman, Oliver Hunt, and the cox is Judah White. In the King's School, William Hurst, Max Manker, Alex Perry, James Miranda Clark, and the cox is Jonathan He.
And Shaw certainly has a commanding lead here. They're out to about 2, maybe 3 lengths as they come through the first timer. It'll be Shaw through 1500 in 152 with about 3 or 4 boat length lead.
Over what appears to be the King's School in lane and King's, no, St Ignatius, my apologies, coming second.
And then a real race there between St Augustine's and Joey's.
But Shaw are showing that they're almost in a different race. This is an excellent effort from these boys. Lots of power in the water, keeping the blades in the water. Cox is looking around to see where the other crews are. That's really strong from the Shore School, as you would expect. Starting off the day well for them. A long way in front. Seem to have lost a crew, I think.
Great conditions here, nice flat water, just a very small little bit of wind on there, a little bit of drizzle, but very flat, great conditions, cool for rowing.
Absolutely perfect conditions for these boys.
And Shaw's coming through now. They're just starting to see the red markers. They have a commanding lead. It must be at least 4 lengths, 5 lengths, and increasing. Back, I think it'll be to St Ignatius, and then King's, and a little bit further back to St Augustine's and Joey's, who are having a good race there for 4th and 5th position. But it's Shaw coming through now.
Really powerful Shaw.
Looking very sharp, very good run on the boat. Good strokes.
It's almost like they've wound down for the last 100 metres, really finishing it off nice and strong in the water. Well done to the Shore boys, excellent row.
Coming in now, it's going to be Riverview crew, probably 2/3 of a length or a length in front of the King's crew. So Riverview coming into cross now. And
Nice row from those boys.
very good. So an 18-second margin there to Riverview and a further through. And coming in now, we've got St Augustine's have pulled just in front of Joey's, and they'll come through. And Joey's across the line now. Well done, boys.
Well
Great
done, boys.
rowing.
Excellent. So race 2, looks like we're about to start. Boys down at the start. Boys lining up. Lane 2 Shaw, lane 3 Grammar, lane 4 Kings, lane 5 St Joseph's, lane 6 St Ignatius, and lane 7 St Augustine's. A bit closer. Yeah, mate, that's fine. It's one of my good angles. Righto, nudging up to the start now. Coxons have got their bowmen just touching up, drifting up to the start in the line. So this is race 2. Schoolboy Year 9, 6th Cox Quad Scull, 1,000 metre race. Crews are drifting up to the start now pretty nicely, not far from the start. In lane 2, so we've got Shaw, Oliver Davies, Calvin Shortis, Oliver Bitar, Rory Hall and Cox Will Anderson. Grammar, Rowan Bustus McNeil, Leander Zimmerman, Nylish Pandy, Maximilian Downey, Twiss and Cox's Hugo Finlayson. Kings, Jet Myatt, Charles Rowe, Patrick Liu, Johnny Zhu and Cox's Isaac Kamita. At the start now. Boys look ready to go. And they're away. Good start there from St Augustine's in lane 7. Got Miles Nicholas, Jason Cow, Louis Tilley, Max Tancred and Cox Ryder Taylor. They've taken it right out to the boys in lane 7. Good start from St Augustine's. And St Ignatius in lane 6. Oscar Pidcock, Nicholas Ray, Frederick Stuckey, Jack Henry and Cox's Nicholas Boonis. St Joseph's in lane 5, Dominic Barry, Louis Naismith, Nicholas Callanan, Harper Timms and Cox is Charlie Gill. So looking across the river, Shaw again strong in the water. Look like they've got a slight lead at this point. Very early stages though of this race. St Augustine's going very well in lane 7 across the other side of the river, in the middle of the river. We have Sydney Grammar rowing strongly. King's School rowing strongly along next to Sydney Grammar. And St Joseph's College. Lots of strength in the water here for these young boys. Key is get the boat moving, get some clearance, get the rhythm going, swing in the boat, and you float your boat down the river. The boys in lane 7, the St Augustines are really putting it to the shore, boys, which is fantastic to see. They've got some really good power in that water. Putting it to the shore school. We're coming up to the halfway point of this race. Shore in front by about 3/4 of a length. St Augustine's certainly keeping them honest. Very tight for third place between Kings and St Ignatius. Fraction back there to St Joseph's College. But it's the Shore School by about 1/2 to 3/4 of a length over St Augustine's. At this point, still strong in the water. Plenty of clearance. Rating nicely, low 30s. Not rushing, sitting back. St Augustine's in lane 7 appear to have taken a slight lead. Certainly very tight on shore. Be a fantastic opportunity for them to put one over the Shore School in the second race of the day.
And St Augustine's there just had to check their steering, which might have...
So it's Shore now powered away on the back of some of those errors and are now making easy work of it. Rating low 30s. Lots of clearance, real power in the water. It's the King's School now putting some pressure on as Shore finished that race. Well done, boys. The King's School might squeak in here over the top of St Augustine's, who seem to have had a gear issue in the bow seat. It's going to be Kings that are going to pip them. It's Kings and St Augustine's. Kings just by half a canvas. Good row, boys. Then St Joseph's finishing now. Good effort, boys. Very hard to break the gear there for the boys and the St Augustine's crew. A little disappointing. They're putting some good pressure on Shore in the middle part of the race there. Looks like we might have had another issue in the Grammar crew there, which is disappointing for those boys.
Certainly a very impressive start by Shore. Winning by some margin.
Absolutely. Well done, boys. The water's not quite as good. The conditions aren't quite as kind.
That again. On screen you can see the Year 7s from Scots. This is their first excursion out to Cirque. They would have watched the first 8 win last year and
There they are.
Joined up in large numbers, and here they are waving and shaking. Well done, boys. Welcome to Cirque. Don't get too used to it because you'll be back out at Hen and Chicken Bay for a couple of years.
That's right.
The water might not be quite as good.
And they're waving some of those boys will be, like all of those boys will be racing this afternoon after the first 8th race in a Year 7 on Year 7 race over 500 metres, which will be quite an experience for those boys. The water can be nice and calm at 5 o'clock on a Monday morning on the Parramatta River, but not quite as nice as this, and the experience will be something they'll remember forever. So well done to the school for putting this together for those boys, getting them out here, getting them part of something that's pretty special.
And I think the Year 7s are going to be up at the start line holding the boats for the seniors for the GPS races, so that'll be a great experience for them. They'll get a real taste of what it's like to race out at Cirque and what they could be in for if they stick with the program for 6 years.
Lots of training between now and then. Lots of early morning rows.
Okay, we're just coming up for, will be the Year 9 fifth quad scull. They look like they're lining up on the start at the moment. So the Year 9 fifth quad scull, we have in lane 1, Grammar, in lane 2, Kings, in lane 3, Shaw, in lane 6, St Joseph's, 5, St Ignatius, and Newington as well.
Yes. We might have a few bagpipes later, I think, as I understand it, which will be nice. Add a bit more Scots flavour to the afternoon or the morning. Righto, we're just about to start. We are away.
So lane 2, we have Grammar, lane 3, Kings, lane 4, Shaw, lane 5, St Joseph's, lane 6, St Ignatius, and lane 7, Newington.
Good pace early on for the boys in Shaw. We're rating nice and high. The boys at Riverview and on camera, Joey's giving them a bit of a push along as well, which is excellent to see in the early stages of this race. Some good length in the water. Shaw proving their worth here in the early stages of this race, really powering away now. Good long strokes through the water, clean finishes, sitting up nicely. Very strong.
And it looks like we only have three boats in this race. Obviously, we've had a couple of scratchings.
Well, we've only got 3 on the camera then.
Yeah. So we look like Grammar has been scratched. Newington has been scratched. And what have we got there? Shaw out in front. Joey's.
Yeah, we've got Shaw, Joey's and St Ignatius. Shaw out by quite some distance.
Boys, can I just make a general announcement and remind you to come down to the Scots tent and collect your bow numbers. Some of the boats are coming past with no bow numbers. The bow numbers are for collection in front of the grandstand under the Scots tent.
But it's Shaw out by at least a good length over the other two crews who are very close together. Sitting on top of their work, Shaw clean at the catch, good stuff. The other two crews very tight. Riverview and Joey's very close together. It's almost too close to call.
Just 0.85 of a second as they go through the 500 metre mark between Joey's and Riverview. Shaw out quite comfortably, at least a couple of lengths. It's a very familiar story this morning. Shaw's out by a good margin, at least 2 or 3 lengths, and then Joey's and Riverview having a really good race, very tight race against each other for second and third. So they come into the red markers at Shaw by 4 to 5 boat lengths at least, and increasing that. And it looks like Joey's have a small margin over St Ignatius. Shaw looking very good here, very clean, very sharp. Great run on the boat, crisp catch.
Really strong finish from Shaw. Be interesting to see if Riverview can put some pressure on Joey's. Push up, come second in this race, but it's the Shaw school out by a significant distance across the line. Excellent row from Shaw. Well done, boys. Really clean. Joey's have lifted their rating now with 50 metres to go. And they'll finish in front of Riverview by about a length and a quarter. Looking nice too, boys. Well done. Good row. Good stuff. Riverview looking clean right up until the finish. Excellent. Some good times there from Shaw, particularly 3 minutes 38 and 65. It's a very good row for 1,000 metres. Good race.
Very consistent performance by Shaw. If you look at those times, each quad's basically getting 2 to 3 seconds faster as they come down. Very consistent, very strong performance. Next race will be race 4. That's the Year 9 4th Quad Scull. And they look like they're under the starters' orders, lining up there. Almost ready for a start.
I think we might have nearly a full complement this one. Kings in lane 2, Shaw in lane 3, Sydney Grammar in lane 4, St Joseph's College in lane 5, St Ignatius College lane 6, Newington College in lane 7. Not far from a start. Coxon's being asked to bring the crews up. Just nudge them back. Kings a bit across the line. Beautiful still conditions here. Start of race 4. The names of the boys in the crew: King's School, James Cox, Grayson Odbert, Samuel Hines, Lachlan Jones, Cox Zachary Chung. Shaw School, Piers Mendel, Aidan McFarlane, Liam McFarlane, Angus Reardon, Cox's Charlie War. Sydney Grammar, Michael Sanderson, Jonathan Ligdis, Thomas Cranfield, Matthew Cheng, Cox Edison Alamsaya, St Joseph's, Walker Courtney, Jacob Goss, Samuel Basher, Archie Bruce, and Cox's Charles Duncan, St Ignatius Henry Diggs, Joshua Saunders, William Hodge, Walter Walker, Cox Thomas Shell, Newington, Will Salmon, Riley Taylor, Angus Edmondson, James Ferguson and Cox Lachlan Page. They're coming up to the start now. All crews are coming up to the start. You should see some good times here and hopefully a competitive race. All races so far have gone to the Shaw School. It'll be good to see some of these boys put some pressure on Shaw. Not far from a start. Crew's coming up now. About to go. Away they go. Nice start. High rating from the Shaw School on the far side. And Newington on this side of the river. Very high rating. I'll rip their boat along. Lots of power through the water in the early stages. Get the boat moving. Get the boat fizzing along. In the middle of the race, middle of the course, we've got St Joseph's College also putting some power on, but Shaw already have drawn away what appears to be consistent early stages of the day in their performance generally in race 4. They're away by about a length over the majority of the crews. The King's School might be closest on the far side in lane 2. It's the Shaw School out by at least 3/4 of a length to a length already after the first 200 metres, 300 metres. St Joseph's in the middle of the course, putting some pressure on them. But it's Shaw now out by at least a length over, used to be Kings, I think, in second position.
Kings are staying with Shaw here. They're putting some pressure on them. Shaw out by just under a boat length. And Kings are right with them. A little bit of distance back then to third, which is St Joseph's. St Ignatius. Newington going through. And Sydney Grammar just coming through 500. But there's definitely a race on here between Kings and Shaw. Shaw are holding Kings. Looking very strong, the Shaw crew.
They're keeping their work very light, the Shaw boys. They're not making heavy go of it. Look on top of their work.
So we have Shaw out. Kings are not letting them go. This is going to be a race here. Kings look like they're upping their rate and they're coming back at Shaw. Shaw looking very good. It's Shaw by probably 2/3 of a boat length over King's School.
King's boys trying to put a bit of a pressure on here. Shaw sitting nicely on top of their work though. Real power on the water there. Bit of a distance back from Kings, back to St Joseph's, but it's Shaw by about a length and a quarter over the King's School. Rating strongly, low 30s for Shaw, sitting nicely. Good race, Shaw boys, and some good pressure from the King's School, finishing a close second. Well done to the boys from Kings. Joey's finishing off nicely, last 50 metres, real power on the water. Well done, boys.
Nice rowing. Riverview coming across the line now. And we have the crew from Newington coming in nearest to the tower. And Sydney Grammar in lane 4, a bit over a length behind them. Good racing, boys. Well done. So race 5 is next. That will be the Year 9 third Quad Scull. In lane 2 we have Shaw School. In lane 3 Kings. In lane 4 Sydney Grammar. In lane 5 St Ignatius. In lane 6 Newington. In lane 7 St Joseph's. And in lane 8 Sydney Boys High.
All right, race 5 is the next race. We've got Shaw in lane 2, and the Shaw School has Wiley Hockey, Jordan Elliott, Lockie Defina, Jamison Lyon, Cox, Alex Bishop. Kings has Charles Whalen, Daniel Payne, Alfred McLean, Cameron Schultz and Cox Fergus Lawson. Sydney Grammar, Wilbur Sproats, Elliot A. Young, Jonathan Goo, Noah Fitzpatrick, and Cox Luke Thurgood. St Ignatius, Finn Tyrrell, Sebastian Zuckerman, Robert Laird, Luca Laspina, and the Coxes Joshua Yap. Newington, Toby Cameron Tavendale, Hunter Elliott, Alexander Tetley, Callan Rixham, the Coxes Noah Kinleside. St Joseph's, Max Kelly, Thomas O'Brien, Ethan Fair, Max Moore, and the Coxes Benjamin Clark. Sydney Boys High, Dean Johnson, Harrison Gu, Michael Chen and Andy Huang. The Cox is Ryan Zhu. Not long before the start now.
So Year 9 third quads are coming up to the line. I'm going to take a break and hand over to the legendary Mark Campbell, former Scots head prefect, all-round legend and great rower. So I will hand over and let Mark call the Year 9 third quad as they come up to the line.
It's a tough introduction, mate. Thrown into the deep end there for sure. You'll probably study your way through.
That was
the first
just a
race.
little bit more than I deserved. Did I write that myself?
Yeah.
I have to pay Rob for that
Yeah,
afterwards.
that's right. That's perfect.
Okay, well, we can't even hardly see the start from here, so I'm assuming we can see it on the screen though. It's looking good. We've got a reasonable line. Just the starters. Got the boys, got a couple of screws to back yet, I think.
Oh, no, he's
All
calling.
coming forward, no. Giving a little bit of a varied start there. Oh, he's leaving it up, that's all right. Close to a line now. And they're off. Good start by all crews actually. Nobody left behind. Joey's strongly in camera there. They look like they've had a good start actually. It's the third Year 9 quad. Bit of a shipwreck in the St Ignatius crew, but they'll recover. Grammer's out strongly as well. The Joes have had a great start there.
Yeah, Joe's well on top of their work there. And high in lane 7, also looking strong.
Very clean Sydney high actually. Good rowing.
To be Joey's out in front though. Which makes for a little bit of a change for the morning so far.
Yeah, well rowed, Josephs. That's a good start from them. Very in time. Clear rowing from a Year 9 third. This is the thirds, isn't it? Yeah,
Yes, it is,
that's
yeah.
good, that's good rowing.
Absolutely.
Very good effort. At this age, it's just amazing. I know from having coached myself that boys who may start in the thirds often end up in the first 8 a couple of years later. It's not at all abnormal.
Depends on when they grow and their skills develop. Sydney Grammar on top of their work too, which is good.
Yeah, good effort from Grammar there. Very smooth. Panning across, and King's right up there. I know that one of the Year 9 King's boys the other day broke the world record, I believe, for the his age group
The Shaw boys
in the erg.
returning to
Okay.
front of the race, so they're in length and a quarter in front of the 3 other crews across the river from Joey's, Grammar and King's, all very close to each other. Newington, St Ignatius in just a moment. They're back to Sydney boys high. All crews looking pretty good though at the halfway point. Shaw dominating this early part of the race. Really strong in the water, Shaw all morning. And to be holding off at this point with about a third of the race to go. The other 3 crews, Joey's, Kings and Grammar, who are all very close to each other.
So sure, 142.6 through the first 500. Not sure how it compares, but if I double that, it looks like they're considerably faster than the 4ths and 5ths. This is a tight race. I'd say Joey's have done very well on this inside lane here on, is that lane 7 or 8? And right on the far side, so difficult for the crews to keep in touch with each other. Their crews on either side of the race are in the leading positions, but I think Shaw have still held that lead, allowing for the parallax we've got here. But a very good race, good effort from Joey's. They look really neat. Shaw strong and long as usual. And King's coming home pretty well too, I think.
And Grammar in the middle of the course there, putting some pressure on Kings and Joey's, but Shaw strong enough. Nice and clean.
King's sprinting for the line.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they've gone past St Joseph's there, so well done. Kings by a couple of lengths
Well
across
done
the
to
line.
Shore boys.
Sorry, sure.
And Kings will be half a length in front of Joey's, maybe a bit more than a canvas in front of Joey's there. And back to Sydney Grammar in fourth. Good row from the boys from Sydney Grammar. Newington just in front of Riverview. Well done, boys. And not too far back to Sydney Boys High. Good row from the boys from High. Still looking clean as we come to the finish for them. Good stuff, boys. Well done. Good stuff. Well done. Good row.
Well done, Sydney High, home of rowing. Very good. Great school. Great. Produced one of the world's greatest ever rowers too. Merv Wood. Probably the greatest rower in the world. So a very good time for Shaw there, 3:30, the fastest time of the day by a margin. And Joey's Kings in second, I beg your pardon, the same time as Shaw won the fourth year quad in the previous race. So some good times there, and St Joseph's only just a second or so off that. So some very good consistent times. Down around the 3.5 minute mark is really moving for a year 9 quad. Well done, guys.
All right, race 6. Schoolboys year 9, thank you. Year 9 second quads. In lane 2, Shaw, Ben Muffet, Edward Kenny, Lorenzo Cozzi, Alex Smith and Cox's James Singer. Kings, Tulloch Salmon, Mac Mason, Louis Todd, Campbell Wickham, and Cox's Danis Galvins. Sydney Grammar, Ben Fairbrother, Torrance Zeng, Lachlan Struthers, James Brew and Michael Hugh is the Cox. Newington, Oliver Sutton, Leo Grippy, Mark Grilakis, Alexander Cosmos, and the Coxes Stephen Iliopoulos. St Joseph's, Finley Mitchell, Liam Massey, Thomas Maloney, Jack Janney, and the Coxes Henry Howard. Sydney Boys High, Ethan Heibler, Michael Lee, Jack Rusley, Daniel Newen, the Coxes Dat Newen, St Ignatius, we're about to start. Joshua Price, Jude Smith, Luke Bannerman, William Patterson, and the Coxes Lachlan Horton Smith. Close for a start. Crew's not quite in line from where I can see. Oh, we're away. Good start across the river. Joey's have got off to a good start in the middle of the course. Shaw in lane 2 and Kings in lane 3 away together. But St Joseph's, as they did in the race previously, started the race very strongly.
Just looking at that, I think Shaw and Kings have started well on the far side. I'm not sure that Kings aren't a little bit in front of Shaw there, so this might be a change in the, or give us a chance for a change in the result. These guys should go through the 500 even a little bit quicker than the last lot, the 142. So we'll see what they do through to the 500 metre mark. It looks very close with Kings and Shaw there.
Absolutely, I'd put Kings probably slightly in front. I'd agree with you. Shaw still strong and long in the water in the early stages of the race. Hard to see across the river, but we're coming not too far away now from, appears to be the middle of the race. That is Shaw out by, yeah, I think probably Shaw out by just a fraction.
Oh, you just need to see
But
once
it's
we get
those
across
two.
the line here. This will be, they are going very well, both those crews.
It's just those two at the moment across the course. Very close. Kings maybe have just nudged a little bit in front, having just said that Shaw were. So Kings looks like they're in front
Yep.
by canvas.
Yep, they are. They've got a metre lead. That's a great time. And 141 through the 500 metre mark. Joey's in third.
Joey's,
And
then-
closely
then
followed by
Riverview.
Riverview, yeah. It's a good race.
and Newington and Sydney Grammar and High very close there together as well. But it's the first race of the day that we've had any crew other than Shaw in front at the halfway point. So it's good to see Kings at 141.19, the halfway point. Challenge for them obviously is to maintain that speed and keep their rating and keep the power in the water. Shaw not letting them go though, and I don't expect that they would. I think looking across the river, Kings look as though they are still just marginally in front.
Yeah, they're rowing very strongly long. They're letting the boat run a bit. It's very good rowing. This is a tight race. It's a very good effort from both these crews. Well, all the crews, but these two crews are going very well. I think they've got a bit more. I think they've stretched out to maybe half a length actually. Yep, they've definitely got a lead there. Joey's and Riverview still in the mix as well, and Newington not far behind. So Kings out by almost
Canvas, maybe what you
a
reckon?
good canvas, I think. Maybe a little bit more. I think they've stretched that out to almost a length. That's a great row from Kings there.
There's good, lots of power in the water. Kings Shaw
Yep.
coming back at them though. The Kings School out by probably 3/4 of a length at this point. 80 metres to go. It's the Kings. They can stay strong in the water. Very clean. About half a length in front of Shaw, and Kings will finish in front of Shaw. 3/4 to half to 3/4 of a length. Good row from the boys from Kings. Well done to the boys from Shaw. Joey's just finishing in third place. Good row from them. It's going to be tight. Riverview fourth, just in front of Newington. Well done. And not too far back to Sydney Grammar. We're also looking clean in the water as well. And Sydney Boys High School. Well done to the boys. Excellent. Good row from High. Still looking clean at the finish. Good stuff.
Well done, all those crews. That's the fastest time of the day by 3.5 seconds. 3:26.5. 0.5 or 3:36.57, and Shaw just off that at 1.5 seconds behind. So they're the two fastest crews of the day so far. Well done, guys. And only 6 seconds back to St Joey's. So the quality steps up as we get up to the second cruise. Well done.
Let's look down some of those names. Certainly there's a name in there from the King's School, Campbell Wickham. I suspect his grandfather was headmaster at the school not that long ago. He was a rower, rowed for Western Australia, I think, at the time. And obviously the apple hasn't fallen too far from the tree in that instance. And I'm pretty sure his old man was a rower at school as well. So well done to the King's School for tipping Shaw out for the first time this morning in a very, very tight race. Excellent time. Shaw not that far behind them. And I suspect the remaining races of the year will give them an equal level of pressure as they did today. So race 7. We've got a full complement of 8 crews across the river this morning. St Augustine's Lane 1. Aidan Hanney, McKinley Hazard, Zane Zachnick Smith. We might hold up the names. We're just about to start this race. Across the river, got 8 lanes. Augies in 1, Kings 2, Grammar 3, Shore 4, Joey's 5, High 6, Riverview 7, and Newington in lane 8. Crews are pretty close to a start. Some of the crews just touching up. Joey's just nudging up a little bit.
Starter's doing a good job here. He's really making sure these first crews get a good even start. That's good. This should be a fast race. And they're off. Everyone's away cleanly.
Good even start.
That's Shaw in the middle. That looks like they've got a flying start.
So Kings have got Charles Baker, Ethan Zhu, Anton Teal, William Rogers, and the Cox's Reginald Toll. Sydney Grammar, Kieran Hyun, Matthew Kelly, William Ellis, Oliver Huang, Cox's Paul Brudakis. Shaw, Ben Rowe, Henry Connick, Felix Harvison, Preston Scots, Cox's Mackenzie Fox. St Joseph's, Darcy Williams, Grant Dreyer, Matthias Maloney, Alex Nagleen, and the Cox's Henry Howard. Sydney Boys High, Harry Zinn, Tianxing Yang, Jacob Yin, Luke Tran, and the Cox's Jonathan Lynn. St Ignatius, Charlie Harrison, Daniel Saunders, Ambrose Hennessy, Phoenix Graham, Cox's Alistair Brown, Newington, Edward Phillips, Harvey Carnegie, Angus Mitchell, Kian Trun Hyun, and the Cox's Hugo Grian.
Shaw have blasted out of that start. That's a great start, and they've thrown down the gauntlet to the others. They've now stabilised at about a length. I think it is in front of Joey's and Kings, and they've lengthened out. They're rowing very, very well. It's a very powerful start from the Year 9 quad, and they're going to go flying through at 1:35. So that is by far the fastest time today through, and they're 3 seconds, 3.5, almost 4 seconds back to St Joseph's. I think they've missed Kings there with the beeper, so maybe Kings a bit less than 3.5 seconds behind. But that was a fast start, 1:35.26, first 500. So we'll just see if Joey's and Kings what they've got left in the biscuit tin for the second 500. If Shaw have gone too hard, and
they look like clean, the Shaw boys, don't they?
They look very clean. That was a very, very quick start.
Good and long in the water though, the Kings boys, but Shaw look pretty light.
And Newington aren't far out of this either. I think on these close out lanes, lane 7 and 8 are not out of it. But
Absolutely.
But Shaw has done a great job there. That was a fast start. But Joey's coming back.
Joey's in the middle of the course, coming back strongly. But it is Shaw who making the most of these brilliant conditions, sitting nice on top of their work. Boats are getting some nice clearance.
Some good sculling from Newington on this lane 8. They're not out of it. They'll certainly for the minor places, we've got a great race. We've still got a really strong race. And Riverview. Yeah, Shaw have got this race won. That was a tremendous start, and they've gone on with it actually. They've got Clear Water on. I think that might be Kings still in
Kings.
second. Yeah.
Kings in second.
Great race. Great row.
And certainly Joey's putting a bit of pressure on Kings for second, but Shaw looking strong in the water the last 2 or 3 strokes before they get across the line. Really good row from Shaw, winding down actually by the look of that as they cross the line. That coach may not want to see that. Kings hitting the line hard in second place. Joey's third. It's going to be super tight here between Riverview and Newington. Not even sure who that is. Couldn't tell you who won that or who beat them in that position there. Within half a second of each other.
You've got a photo for 4th and 5th officially. So we'll get
that was very close. Good finish from both those schools. St Augustine's on the far side, Sydney Grammar and Sydney Boys High hitting the line hard. Well done, boys.
So the time for that race was 9 seconds quicker than the second quad. So wonderful effort, and 4.5 seconds back to Kings and 3 or so back to St Joseph. So wonderful effort from the Shaw crew. That's a very powerful row. Well done, boys. So we're just setting up for the 2,000 metre course now. The next races are the Year 10 8s, starting off with the 4th Year 10 8. And a reminder from the officials here, please make sure your crew has their bow number firmly in place. There's been a couple of quads that's been allowed to slip through without them, which is fine, but from now on they would like to make sure that all the crews have their appropriate bow number on their boat. So Year 10 4th 8 will be our next race over 2,000 metres.
not too far away now from the school year 10, 4th 8. We've got 2 crews in this race. We've got the King's School rowing against St Ignatius, over 2,000 metres. For Kings, we've got Will Collins, Ollie Andrews, Jason Chow, Lachlan Smith, Sam Gall, John Robertson, Hugo Mason, Simon Nivison, Jock Harding is the Cox, and for Riverview, Max Barnes, Sam Walker, Edward Kelly, James Lyon, James Gooden, Archibald Dean, Maxim Bambagiotti, Connor Egger, and the Cox is Benjamin McDonald. They're racing over 2,000 metres for the first time today, and we're not too far from a start. We've got one crew in position, and the other crew's backing down. We'll be away in just a moment.
And so the Ignatius crew is coached by Fiona Ewing. It's a female coach. She did a great job in their last race. This crew did the same time as the leading Shore crew in the 3rd Junior 8 to the 1,000 metres mark. So there's some real depth in the St Ignatius Junior 8s. Be interesting to see if they can repeat that today. And we were just chatting, and I noticed that there's a Simon Nivison in the bow of the King's crew, and that may be the son of a very good friend of mine, I wonder, or maybe a nephew of Hugh Nivison I went through university with and rode and played footy with. So I'll look out for Hugh around if he's here.
If not, he's probably watching on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah, if he is. Hi Hugh, how are you, mate? Great to see that Nivison name out there again. I'm sure they'll be quick as well. So we've got 2 crews in the starters' hands now. Beautiful day for them to row. Beautiful conditions, cool, misty, no breeze. Really, although we can't see anything from here is about the only drawback, but we can see it perfectly on the screen. So just getting there, just straightening up their boats.
They all look pretty relaxed at the moment. We might be a little way from a start. Riverview look like they're not ready to go yet. King's boys look a little bit more alert, only marginally.
Well, these guys are just starting on their rowing journey. It's interesting. We were just talking here, saying that last year one of the boys in the Scots 8 that won had been the Cox of the 3rd year 10-8 the year before. So anything is possible. There's nothing that says you can't go from the 3rd Junior 8 Cox to the first 8 and win the head of the river in 1 year. Not common, but a great effort.
I think there have been a few of those in the past. I think Nick Phipps.
Yeah, Nick Phipps.
Nick Phipps did
absolutely
it.
Right.
I think Mr. Huxley at the King's School did it as well.
There you go.
I think there's a few of them. There must be something in that. You become a Cox and then you become a rower and then you go and play for the Wallabies. So doesn't happen every day. Oh, we're
and
away.
they're off. We're away. And pretty straight. Yeah, they've come out of the blocks pretty straight. That's good.
Riverview got a good momentum going there early. I'd say they're slightly in front of the King's School. Good start from Riverview. Straightening up now after a start. King's rating a little lower than Riverview. Riverview rating a bit higher. Get the boat moving.
Coxon's having a good look at the lane there, but they've stayed within the boys, just. He's straightening up now the Riverview crew. That's good. Going back to the middle. It's a bit hard with these junior crews. You'll get major discrepancies in pressure out of the start. It's very hard on the Coxons too. They've done well. Riverview are out well, as they were in the last row of the PLC Kings Regatta. So we'll see how they progress through. They've got more than a length 1 minute into the race. So it's a true beginners crew from Kings, just learning, and quite a strong number 4 crew from Riverview here. They've taken a very good lead. So it'll be interesting to see if they can maintain their pressure once they've lost touch with that Kings crew, which is clearly a crew of just beginning in their rowing. And these guys are doing extremely well for a year 10, 4th, 8. They've got a length of clear water now.
They've got some big boys there and swinging nicely for a 4th year 10-8.
That is very good rowing.
Yeah,
Fiona's done a great job there.
absolutely.
So 1:39 through the 500 metre mark. That's a very quick, that's almost identical to the time they did in the last race actually. In fact, it's 0.07 of a second quicker than they did at the Kings PLC Regatta. So they've improved by 0.07 of a second. That's a very quick time for a year 10, 4th 8. Well done, guys. They've got the look back at Kings now.
Kings boys a bit of a step back. I think this is an opportunity for them to get in a racing rhythm, feel the boat moving underneath them. It would be ideal for them to sort of sit on a nice rating, high 20s, and just get through the race, recognise it for what it is. It's an experience. 2,000 metres feels like a long way when you're probably a long way behind, and you know you're not going to beat Riverview at this point. But to maximise the opportunity, it's probably an important lesson for them at an early stage of their rowing career. But certainly the Riverview boys are making light work of Kings today, and for a year 10-8, looking pretty clean.
Doing a great job, and they haven't taken the pedal off the metal either. That's a great effort. They've really kept that boat moving along. They're well through the 750 now. 3 minutes gone. And they'll be going through in about 3.5 minutes, I would think, which would be a very good time. They did 3:25 or so for their last 1,000 metre piece, the first 1,000 metres. They have not taken the pedal off at all. That stroke's really pulling and setting up a great rhythm for that crew. Great effort. Here we go through the... Yep.
That's a good time for any schoolboy crew, 3:26 for a year 10 crew.
Done very well. They're about half a second off their time from the last one. Let's see if they can do a better time through the finish, because they stayed very even through their 2,000 metres for the Kings PLC Regatta. And Kings are still to get through the halfway mark. They're just coming up to it now. They give you an idea of how good that Riverview crew is. They've got a 30-odd second lead. Well done.
They're making light work of it, aren't they?
They are. They're just tapping along really well. The rate's still up. They haven't dropped off at all. They've got kids that age. You'd really expect them to start to take it a bit easy. They've got a good lead, but they're not. They're learning how to row hard for a whole 2,000 metre race, which will hold them in good stead for the future. That's great. Well done, Riverview. Well done, Fiona. Well done, Dan.
I suspect that next year some of those 4s and 8s for Riverview, which will be made up of some of these boys, I suspect will be pretty good. If this is their 4th crew, I suspect that their other crews will be equally good, and augurs well for Riverview rowing over the years ahead. Some big boys in that crew there.
They're not far from the 1,500 metre mark, and they've still got the rate up well over 30. We haven't got a rate meter with us here, but that's a great shot down the course there. Beautiful day, perfect day for rowing.
Coming
totally
into
dead
for us now.
Yeah, we can just see them.
We can see them through the mist.
The gorillas in the mist. There we go. Well, they've kept their splits so even. They're about a second behind what they did for the 1,500 metres at PLC Kings, and there was a slight tailwind then, so this is a really great effort. There's absolutely dead out there. And this crew has not backed off at all, and it looks like they're bringing it home. They're revving it up for the finish. That's a wonderful effort. Kings still rowing well, nice and strong, just learning their craft at the moment. So they've been very unfortunate to run into what must be one of the better year 10 4th junior 8s of the last 5 or 6 years, I would think.
It'd be interesting to see what time, by direct comparison, the time that these Riverview boys row against some of the other crews in some of the later races in the day, the 10-8s. It'll be interesting to see how they fare just on from a time point of view. It's always easier to row when you're racing against someone rather than to just to keep your rating up when you know you're going to win. The stroke of the Riverview crew has done exceptionally well, and the boys to go with him to keep this rating up and to keep the power in the water. Obviously, it's fantastic.
Yeah, I suspect some of these guys are not going to be fourth 8 rowers in the long term. This is a very, very good performance. Well done, guys. Well done, all of you. Well done, coach.
Absolutely. I picked it up now for the last 150 metres.
So into the red boys right now.
Really clean work. Looking good for any schoolboy crew, but for a Year 10, 4th, 8, excellent row.
See if they can beat their time. They'll be pushing to do it. They've just missed their time from the King's PLC Regatta, which they did with a tailwind, mind you.
Well done, boys.
Well done, very well done. They've missed it by 0.7 of a second, actually.
Good
So
row.
that was a wonderful effort. Well done, review. If you can come into the presentation, please. Into the presentation pontoon, review on your right, yep. And a message here from the organisers, if the coxswains could make sure they return numbers to the tent at the finish, please. When you finish your race, make sure the numbers go back to the tent you got them from. We've got a start coming, almost ready for a start in the 3rd Junior 8, by the way. So if the Riverview crew could row in for the presentation.
And the King's School.
King's just coming up to the finish now. And King's as well, you'll be asked to come to the presentation as well, boys.
Well done,
Kings.
Well done, boys.
Just under a minute behind. Well done. Yeah, we're missing.
Looks like we've got a start, or just about to start, down at the 2,000 metres for the schoolboy Year 10, 3rd 8. Just touching it up, getting them in line. So we've got Newington lane 3, St Joseph's Grammar. Then across the river we're missing a lane, and then we have Kings, Shore and Riverview. So the lane in the middle of the course.
It's a missing lane 4, doesn't it? Which is that Scots? Is that?
Yes, Scots is scratched on the start list up there.
Ah, there we are. Yeah, they are too, sorry.
And so Newington lane 2, St Joseph's 3, Grammar 4, Kings 6, and they're away. Good start again from the Shore School.
Good even start across the river, actually. Very strong start from Shore, yeah.
The other crew's going with them though. Newington on the far side of the river. St Joseph's putting some pressure on Shore early in the race. So we've got, for Newington, we've got Ollie Barrington-Higgs, Anders Costello, Rishi Kumar, Zach Kingston, Jesse Gordon, William Chandler, Zach Foreman, Samuel Morsley, and Cox is Billy Negri. St Joseph's, Massimo Farnese, Alex Brazel, Marcus Opie, Fraser Dickinson, Frederick Mead, Max Downs, Thomas Spigoni, William Sharp, and Cox is Oscar Crawford. Sydney Grammar, Ewan Watt, Matthew Stout, Jeffrey Lynn, Angus Goo, Fletcher Platt, Oliver Snow, Ben Gubbs, Stubbs Goulston, Eric Steamers, Cox is William Chamberlain. I'll just give you a race update before I give you the names of the other competitors.
We're coming up to the 500 metre mark. This was a cracking race in the at the King's PLC race regatta, by the way. There was the first 4 crews were within less than 4 seconds. So if this goes to that plan, this will be a wonderful race to watch. Yeah, and it is very tight. It is very tight. It looks like Shaw might. Oh no, Riverview have gone through first.
Yep.
Yeah, great race. Now if they've given us this, if they've said Shaw first, then Newington and Scott. But I think they've.
I'm not sure that
No, that's not correct. They've
I'm
missed.
not sure
They've missed a crew going through there. I think Riverview were actually in front of Shaw, was what we saw on the screen anyway. But only just. It's a very tight race, and on your screens it'll show Scots, but Scots is not in the race. But there are 4 crews in. This will be a good tight race.
presentations.
We've got the presentations for the 4th Junior 8 coming up in a minute. So just leave those crews there because this is going to be a cracking race, guys. And look forward to the middle of the race and the finish.
Doesn't look like they've come around. So we'll have the medal presentation for the 4th Junior 8, 4th Year 10-8, being awarded to Riverview, who rode an excellent race, boys. Very difficult for you to row in the conditions that you rode in, respect of no real competition, and an excellent outcome regardless. Times were excellent. So Max Barnes, Sam Walker, Edward Kelly, James Lyon, James Gooden, Archibald Dean, Maxim Bambiagotti, Connor Egger, and the Cox's Benjamin McDonald. Well done, boys. Congratulations. So at the halfway mark of the third 8, we have Shaw 3 minutes 26, St Joseph's just half a second behind them, Newington 7 seconds behind that, and King's just under 2 seconds behind Newington. So it's very close between Shaw and St Joseph's. Really augurs well for the last 500 metres of the race as those crews will put pressure on each other. Well done to Riverview with respect to the 4th Year 10-8. Congratulations to them. Well done. Here's their coach. Looks equally happy for them.
Yes, well done, coach. It was a great race. This is going to be a tight time for these guys in the 3rd Junior 8 to knock off your time in the 4th Junior 8, boys.
So the boys in the King's crew in this current race: Angus Smith, Axel Lindemann, Jack Martin, Benji Mackay, Archie McLean, Jack Bell, Samuel Hill and Lachlan Horn, and the Coxes Thomas Seaton Cooper. Shaw, Jesse Cochran, Jack McRae, Lachlan Marchut, Toby Campbell, Jock Fennick, Adam Watson, James Collier, Alex Hosking, and the Coxes Hamish Longstaff. And for Riverview, Zachary Nandlal, Alexander Harper, Julian Samuel, Gabriel Turner, Benjamin Noble, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Samuel Fleming, Thomas Finlayson, and the Cox Max Fallon.
Coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, we've got a cracking race here. This is very tight, very, very tight indeed. So Shaw just in front of St Joseph's, and 3rd place Riverview is only half a length off Shaw. So it's bow ball to bow ball at the front. Got to say bow ball to bow ball. I was looking forward to that. 1.2 seconds between Joey's and Shaw through the 1,500 metre mark. They're really going hard at each other, and St Ignatius just behind. Back 10 seconds to Newington, and a couple of seconds off that is King. So an excellent race. So coming up to the final, people in the on this side of the stands have got a great race of 2 crews. Really, they're going stroke for stroke here.
It's the kind of racing we like to see, and a little bit different from the race we just witnessed. These crews will all finish within a length of each other, and at the moment it's very difficult to tell who might be in front. Certainly Joey's on the far bank have put some pressure onto Shaw, and by the parallax I reckon it's neck and neck. Shaw might have a small margin over them.
And I think Riverview is coming home really strongly here. This looks great. This is going to be a terrific race across the line.
I'm sure the Coxons are shouting at their boys, lift the rating, put the power in yours.
Just straight onto the boys here. This is a tight finish. This is a really tight finish.
Shaw have come back.
Yeah, well done. Great racing. That's hard after 2,000 metres.
Riverview very
well
close
done.
to them.
Oh,
Riverview
sure,
might have pipped St Joseph's for second. They're coming very hard at Shaw. Shaw, probably a 3/4 of a length to a length in front. Will finish in front. Nice rowing from Shaw. Shaw wins. Very close to St Joseph's. So you'll just beat Riverview. Really good row from those 3 crews. Well done, boys. Fantastic effort. Finishing tight now at the King's School. Across the river to Newington. Kings will finish just in front of Newington. and Newington 5th, Kings 4th, Sydney Grammar will finish 6th.
And we would like to invite the first three crews to come back to the presentation dais, please. So Shaw, St Ignatius and St Joseph's, please come into the presentation dais. That was a great race. Everyone in that race, well done, guys. An excellent race.
Fantastic stuff.
6:55.
So if we can ask the Shaw boys to come forward, please. Riverview and the St Joseph's boys to come up to the presentation pontoon,
And
please.
we've almost got to start for the second Junior 8. And the crews seem like they're all in the blocks. Very close to a start. They're sitting forward, ready.
So in lane 1 we've got Sydney Boys High, lane 2 Scots College, lane 3 Sydney Grammar, lane 4 St Ignatius, lane 5 Newington, and we've got a start. Lane 6 Shaw, lane 7 Kings and lane 8 St Joseph's. Good start there from these boys. You can tell the experience is starting to tell on how some of these boys are ripping into their work early in the race. All the crews very clean out of the water, sitting up nicely. Some real power there. St Joseph's on screen there. Really some good work early on. Kings look on top of their work as well. Sure, very powerful in the water there as well, across the river.
At the Kings PLC race, the Regatta, this race was run in a cracking time of 6:33 by the Kings crew from St Joseph's, I beg your pardon, and Newington and Shaw actually 4th in this race. So be interesting to see how this pans out. But 6:33 was a cracking time for a Year 10 second Junior 8. That's a very good effort. So we might see a step up in speed.
Can we get those crews that finished 1st, 2nd and 3rd in that race that's just finished, if they could come over to the presentation pontoon, please. So for the Sydney Boys High School, William Nguyen, Patrick Chen, Daniel DaCosta, Samuel Yun, Suban Mustafa, Aditya Sharma, Chris Huang, James Waxman, and the Cox is Stanley Tang. At the 500 metre mark, this race we've got St Joseph's 1:34.42. Looks like St Ignatius 2nd, Newington 4th. It's a bit hard to tell on some of these times here, I must admit. I apologise for that.
Very fast through the 500 metre mark. 1:34 they've done through the St Joseph's, through the 500 metre mark. That's an excellent time. On the screen it's saying St Joseph's 1st and 2nd, but I don't think that's possible.
Sure that threw me.
But there's only a length or so across the whole field, the first 6 places or so.
So they're doing very well. They're rowing 2 crews at the same time. Well coached, obviously. For the Scots boys in lane 2, Maxwell Deal, Noah Matani, Hugo Hart, Ryan Cunningham, Charles Brand, Rock Barraquette, Michael Geisler, Henry Pursehouse and Cox's Charlie Small, Sydney Grammar, Alessandro Stallone, Antoine Sankey, Alexander Mudry, Alexander Cheatham, Douglas Krieger, Charles Cutbush, Sam Patradoon, Archie Osborne and the Cox's Jamin Lee, St Ignatius, Angus McKinnon, Mac Collins, Flynn English, William Petchell, Charles Sang, Thomas Harrop, Angus McCaffrey, Harrison Loiterton, the Cox's Nicholas Hyde, Newington, Sam Hallett, Jill Scott, Luca Beardmore, Oscar Martins, Noah Tainish, Caden Hassan, Matthew Potter, Christian Biasotto and the Cox's Nick Wadland. And coach of the Newington crew is an old Cox of Newington who won in 1987, Marty Nicholas. Hello to Marty and his crew.
Hey, Marty. Cox me too.
He would have. Shaw, Samuel Lewan Dale, Max McAlpine, Fred Loxton, Remy Cameron, Lawson Banks, I'll stop there for a second. The 1,000 metre race.
It's a sensational row through the 1,000 metres. The two crews in front are bow ball to bow ball, genuinely. There's less than a metre between them. Kings and St Joseph's, I beg your pardon. Given the time as 0.66, I think that's a stretch. It was very, very tight as it went across the line to me. Really fast time too, 3:13. So that's 4 seconds quicker than they went through in the Kings PLC Regatta Kings. This is a fast race, and there's still 5 or 6 crews right in contention. Scots is up there, St Ignatius, Newington, Shaw, Kings. Very, very tight race. This is a great race for the second Junior 8. Well done.
It's a fantastic sight to see 7 or 8 crews across the river, all within screen. None of those crews are out of shot, and it's fantastic to see them competing and pushing each other in what is an excellent schoolboy Year 10 second 8.
The Kings have just pushed out a little bit, but I think Riverview is still holding on to them. Maybe Kings have got
Joey's going with them.
about maybe half a length, if that, on Joey's, I'd say. Just coming up to the 1,500, are we? Yeah. Right now.
Yeah, half a length from Joey's, perhaps maybe a little bit less than half a length between Kings and Joey's. But in the Kings crew, James Davis, Peter Zegas, Oliver Bucknell, James Byrne, Thomas Engsel, Joel Bradford and Lachlan Costello and Lachlan Wong, and the Coxes Tom Bell. St Joseph's Alex Quick, Aston Looker, Kobe Ashby, Nicholas Newsom, Jack Cullen, Xavier Ball, Ashton Courtney, Will Bensley, Coxes Alexander Phillips. So a very, very tight race. The last 400 or 500 metres, 400 metres of this race. The 1,500 metre mark, Kings was 4:54, less than half a boat length back to St Joseph's.
And they've held their rhythm very well, Kings. They've moved away just a bit, I'd say. They've gone through there nearly 3 seconds quicker than they did at Kings PLC, but Joey's are not out of it by any means. In fact, they may be sprinting for the finish. If they can hold on for that, maybe Kings have done their dash, maybe not. Oh, that's a strong finish now from both those crews. Boy, Joey's have stepped their rate up. They really have. They're going for it.
Joey's, you can see the power in the water. If you can see their blades in the water, you can see they're really pushing Kings the last 150 metres. Kings holding on. But in the middle of the course, also Shaw coming hard and Newington.
Oh, no, Kings have stepped up. This is a terrific race from both these two crews. Well done. Well done, guys. Very well done.
It's going to be Newington across, maybe just in front of Joey's coming second. It's the Kings school, though. At this point, 50 metres to go, are going to finish first. Kings really strong in the last. There we go, Kings first.
Almost a length, just on a length.
Joey's, St Ignatius and Newington, and Shaw back in 5th place. Scots College, good strong row from those boys. First crew we've seen today.
Well across the line there. That's good. Obviously a small crew.
Good finish, boys. Well done. And Sydney Grammar, not too far back. Well done, boys.
Well done, Kings. You've shaved half a second off your time from the Kings PLC Regatta. And unfortunately, we've missed the Shaw presentation for the 3rd Junior 8 there. Don't think we got the other 2 crews. We were going to ask the 2nd and 3rd crews in, correct?
Yeah, we were.
Yeah. If we could just try and get all 3, the 1st, 2nd and 3rd crews to come in for the presentation, please. There's only a medal for 1st, but we would like 2nd and 3rd to come in to be acknowledged.
Well done, the Sydney Boys High School. Good row, boys. It's fantastic that the amount of depth that we've got across all the schools, but particularly high. And Sydney Grammar got crews in almost every race today, which is fantastic.
I always love going to Sydney High Boat Shed and seeing the tribute to Nervewood there. Well, the first Junior 8's gone through.
First Junior 8's gone through, so I think they've done the first 500 metres.
In 1:31.38, Kings from St Augs, 0.37, nothing in it. Newington, Scots, Shaw, St Joseph's, Grammar and Sydney High with less than 2 to 3 seconds between the first 6 crews at least. And a slight setback to Grammar and High, so this is a tight race again.
So St Augustine's Cody Murphy, Joel Cunningham, Tane Potts, Cody Kearney, Oscar St Pierre, Tom McGee, Jacob Hickey, Dougal McKenzie, and the Cox is Lachlan King. Newington, Finn Grove, Morgan Jones, James Gestatovsky, Tom Carlisle, Tom Chanter, Oscar Sutherland, Jamie De Botton, James Blakeman. Cox is Will Nicholas. I'm pretty sure you'll find that Will Nicholas is Marty Nicholas's son, who was coaching the 8 just previously. Shaw, Blake, Fight, Hugo Patrick, Tom Callaghan, Tom Harbert, Corey Sloan, Tom Hebblewhite, Thomas Waite, Will Clubb, and the Coxes Luke Chopra. St Joseph's Patrick O'Malley.
Coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. This is a tight race again. Kings through in 3:0, just under 3:07, just 0.67 in front of St Augs, and Shaw back 3 seconds from there. Scots is right up there, 3 seconds back from there. Newington. This is still a very good race for the first Junior 8. 3:06.9 through the 1,000 metre mark, which is 0.8 of a second slower than they did at the PLC regatta. So they're nothing if not consistent, these Kings Junior 8s. That's another excellent time. These guys are going to be pushing to do 6:15 or so. And St Augs has obviously stepped a little bit past Shaw on this particular race, but Shaw is not far out of it at all.
So the Joey's crew's got Patrick O'Malley, Ollie Baxter, Patrick Bro, Matt Mulders, Xavier Thomas, Joe Mangelsdorf, Malcolm Deegan, Ben Bayfield, and the Cox's Harrison Tong. Kings, Angus Murrell, Ben McKenna, Felix Douglas, Cameron Webster, Alex Bush, Tom Watts, Julian Burke, Daniel Wall, and Sebastian Gladnig is the Cox. Grammar, Todd Potter, Tobias Wilmer, James Ireland, Charlie Balderston, Charles Cutbush, Jack Burt, Hunter Hyde, Nicholas Ryan, and the Cox's Christopher Ledbury. St Ignatius, Willie Ryan, Jack Macken, Max Whitaker, Oliver McColl, Jack Power, Liam Sullivan, James O'Meara, Luca Malozzi, and the Cox's Edward Thorpe. Sydney Boys High, Ryan Zood, Patrick Tarr, Oscar Chen, Samuel Choi, Jack Wang, Saxon Gerstle, Fraser Waite, Zangbo Wang, and the Cox's Mark Chen. Scots, Max Halliday, Ned Houghton,
Just coming to the 1,500, and Kings have gone through just in front of Shaw, 0.9 of a second, back to St Augs, 1.6 seconds. Fantastic race. Then St Joey's, just 3 seconds. Now Scots, another 3 seconds back, and Newington. This is an excellent race for the first Junior 8. Wonderful effort, guys. Just tremendously consistent rowing from both those two first crews, and the others are not far off the pace at all.
And the Scots crews, Max Halliday, Ned Houghton, George Treffry, Ewo Ellis, Toby Linton, Jock Mailer, Angus Tremlett, George Caligaris, and the Cox's William Chang. Presentation of the previous race. The Kings boys.
The Kings boys. Well done, fellas. Another excellent race.
Congratulations, Kings. As we're coming up to the final stages of this.
And Kings have moved away a tiny bit, I think. This is an excellent race from these fellas. And Kings sure are definitely not giving it away. Scots are coming home with a wet sail on the inside lane here. St Augs have blown up. They've dropped back a bit compared to their last race, so they're out of the running for the first and second. They're fighting for third with St Joseph's, and Scott's not too far back.
Shaw pushing Kings. Kings closest to the stand.
We're into the Red
Shaw
Boys.
is really, I reckon they're within half a canvas of Kings. Rating slightly higher than Kings. Coming at them, whether Kings can hold on.
Wonderful
it's the King's
race.
School.
Wonderful race. There's nothing in it. Nothing in it.
It's the King's School by a canvas, just in a stroke. And
That's
Kings
it.
just over Shaw. Good road from both those crews. Excellent stuff. Well done to King's School.
Well, those boys
St Augustine in third. An excellent road from them too. Joey's fourth. Scots coming tightly right on Newington. All very tight there for Scots and Newington. Scots
well done
getting fifth and Newington. The Kings finished 6 minutes 17 seconds. Excellent row. If we can ask those boys to, we'll just wait for Sydney Grammar.
Grammar across the line.
Well done, Grammar. Well done, boys. We can ask those boys from the King's School to come across to the medal presentation, and Sydney Boys High still looking clean and powerful as they cross the line too. Well done, boys. Good row. Good row. So the boys in the Kings, year 10-8, first year 10-8, if you could come across to, and the boys that finished second and third, please come across to the podium to collect for presentations. Another start. Score 38.
Oh, no. We've got just on 2 pages, is it?
Yeah.
Marty Nicholas, right? Okay.
So we've had a start in the schoolboy third 8, and we've had a few scratchings. Looks like Kings have been scratched. We've got lane 3, Shaw, lane 4, St Joseph's. The St Joseph's second crew. Kings have been scratched, as I said. St Ignatius in lane 6, and St Joseph's in lane 7. Their first crew in lane 7.
So Joes have put together 4 senior 8s. They've obviously got numbers there. That's great.
Absolutely. So Joey's won first 500 metres, 1 minute 38. St Ignatius only a second and a bit behind them, and another second behind that to Joey's number 2 crew. So obviously some really good strength in the Joey's third 8s there, and very competitive, those boys. No doubt pushing for each other's seats in various crews. So the boys in the St Joseph's number 1 crew, Lachlan Stewart, William Gahan, Peter Harrow, Charlie Howes, Henry Den, Derwin Kim, Joseph Gazal, Brodie Patterson. The Cox is Jacob Chow. St Ignatius, Joseph Dillon, Leon Mason Bunton, Luca Gleeson, Lachlan Bridger, Lachlan O'Brien, Benjamin Hallam, Lachlan Easdown, Rocco Rizzo, and the Cox is Harry Kelly. St Joseph's number 2 crew is Massimiliano Sciacatiano. My apologies if I got that wrong. Luke Broughton, Henry Crawford, Hudson McRae, Max Spooner, Benson Mariner, Anthony Bacara, Oliver Ferrara, and the Cox is Alexander Phillips. And the Shaw crew has William Defina, Aidan Robinson, Cam Thurgood, Lachlan Watson, Jock McRae, Tom Blackwell, Toby Campbell, Finn Beachley, and Sam Brasher is the Cox. So St Joseph's in front, and their number 1 crew, 3 minutes 22 seconds. Shaw 6 seconds behind that, and St Ignatius just a fraction behind Shaw at the halfway point.
The St Joseph's crew is very consistent. They did 3:22 to the 1,000 in the at the Kings PLC regatta, so allowing for the lack of wind, they're extremely consistent performance there. They're out in front with a bit to spare. Back 7 seconds to Shaw. Let's see what Shaw's got for the second half of the race. They didn't race at the PLC Kings regatta, so it'll be interesting to see if they can push Joey's in the second half of this race. They're always fit, strong boys, I'm sure, so I imagine they'll give it a good run towards the finish, but Joey's are out in front with a look back at the field as they come into view out of the mist. Good strong rowing from these boys. They've been very consistent with their time that they did last time, so they're rowing very well for a third 8.
Yeah, looking nice and strong in the middle part of the race. The Shaw boys are looking a little bit more tired than the Joey's boys. Joey's boys making their work look a little bit neater and cleaner. The Shaw boys, some of them still learning, I think, by the look of that.
Nice job from the stern pair and the Joey's crew, just looking on the screen there. Yeah, some great length from the stroke, just letting that boat run. Still got the rate up, moving away still, I would think. Well, I'm coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. Just tapping that boat along really well. There they go, 5:07, 5:08 nearly. So right on time, almost like less than a second off their time to the from the PLC regatta. Well done. Great rowing, some neat rowing for a third 8 there. I'm sure keeping them honest. Well, St Ignatius will be keeping them honest, and Shaw are now in third. Just under 10 seconds back to the St Ignatius crew at the 1,500 metre mark, and Joey's moving away very strongly in that final 500 metres of the race. That's very nice rowing, coming up towards the 250. 250 to go gone, and they'll be into the last 100 metres in another 10 strokes or so. So well done, guys. Nice rowing.
Yeah, they're sitting nicely, well in front of the competition and making it look pretty easy. Still keeping that rhythm going. They're swinging nicely in the water. Very nice. Good row from those boys. The Riverview boys in the middle of the river, putting pressure on Shaw. Shaw putting pressure on them. That'll be interesting to see who finishes second in this one. But St Joseph College have made it look pretty easy in this one for themselves. A really comfortable row, well in front of Riverview, rating nicely, lots of power in the water, plenty of rhythm there.
Some strong fellas in that crew. That's a good finish. Well done.
Well done, boys. Well done to Joey's. And
They've
Riverview
improved their
holding
time
off.
by 0.545 of a second, lads, from last regatta.
Riverview holding off Riverview holding off Shaw in the last 200 metres there, and Shaw finishing third.
We've got the number 2 Joey's crew just coming up to the final of 100 metres now. That looks like they're just learning to row, those fellas. That's good effort. But well done, St Joseph's number 1. You've improved your time from the previous regatta by just under half a second.
And we've had a start in the fours.
Ooh, schoolboy 4-4.
The schoolboy 4th 4. And in this race we've got Riverview, Scots, Shaw, Kings and Joey's. Riverview, Joseph Maguire, James McNamee, John Ray. Well done, Joey's. Tom O'Meara, and Cox's Ben Leonard. Scots, Conleth, Corcoran, Milo Atkinson, Harry Davis, James Rose, Cox's Daniel Bullock. Shaw, Finn Oxenham, Charlie Black, Oliver James, Charlie Fredericks, Cox's Brian Wong. Kings, Huntley Gordon, Tim Burke, Henry Cox, George Kerr, Cox's Henry Fagan. Joey's, Jackson Basher, Max Palencia, Ryan Kyan Trindle, Julian Fitzgerald, and the Cox's Gabriel Lucarelli. So we've got 5 crews in this race. And
Through the 500, we had Shaw from St Ignatius, St Joseph's, Kings, and then back to Scots 1 and 2. So Shaw went through in 1:41, which is a pretty slick time for a 4-4. Very slick time for a 4-4, in fact. They've dropped over a second off their time from the Kings PLC regatta, that Shaw crew, so that's a great effort. Let's see how we hold it from here. Riverview managed to win last time, so they've obviously got a point to prove, Shaw.
they're well out in front at the moment, making the most of their good start. The 1,000 metre mark, 3:29.44 for Shaw. Just under 4.5, just over 4.5 seconds back to Riverview, and Joey's just a pip behind them. So not much in it at the halfway point between those 3 crews. Shaw looking strong though, and rating cleanly and keeping their boat moving along nicely. And Kings at the halfway point. A bit of a step back to Kings. And it would appear that Scots College a bit further back to them. But it's the Shaw School who are out by a length at the halfway mark. And there's another Scots crew there rowing on the far side. Look like they're learning to row there.
I think that's a junior crew.
That's a junior crew that's been slotted into this race, I think, for experience purposes.
Doing fine.
Absolutely.
Shaw have moved out a bit there. That's a good row from Shaw. That's a significant improvement on their last race. So well done. They've improved their time to the 1,000 metre mark by well over a second from their last race. So they've got something to prove here.
And
They're staying in front.
Riverview beat them last.
Riverview beat them last start, yeah. So
Right.
they've moved past Riverview and they've taken a fair bit off their own time. So, but we'll see what they've got in the second half. Riverview's had a great habit of finishing fast in fours races over the last couple of years.
I have.
And I sure have moved out well here. They're for 5 minutes 20 through the 1500 and they're actually cruising. And they've got another race later in the day, I guess they know that. They're back 8 seconds to St Ignatius and another second. They're having a good race with St Joseph's for second and third. And then we've got a bit of a break back to Scots, which, if they are as per program, that includes the Cox of last year's winning first 8, James Rose, and a few boys that I've had something to do with coaching over the last couple of years, Milo and Conleth, and who else was in there? There was just looking at the crew before. Harry Davis and and Dan Bullock, the Cox, if that's as per program, a bunch of great guys. But having a little bit of have to crane their neck around to see the leaders at this point. And sure, I've got the look back on the field. They don't have to crane their necks to look at anybody. Actually, Joey's have come up strongly. I think they've moved past Riverview, who may not be sprinting because they've got the second race, but I think St Joseph's may have moved into second there. Shaw rowing very strongly to finish off the race now. Obviously their tactic was to get out in front, and they've done that very effectively.
Absolutely, they
We've
stamped
now
their
got the third four is on the river too going, by the way. We can't see it yet. The cameras are covering the main race, or the race that's on coming into the finish now. So Shaw have got a 10-second lead there.
The last few strokes of the race for Shaw, who've dominated this race pretty much from the start, and will finish clear winners. Well done to the Shaw School. Congratulations, boys. It's very tight for second here between Joey's and Riverview. Riverview might be just in front, and Riverview will finish perhaps half a length, quarter of a length in front. Well done to the Riverview boys and the Joey's boys. I'm sure that timer or that beeper was in time with the actual finish time. The Scots boys way back, and Kings with about 70 or 80 metres to go. Looking to try to finish strongly. Washing out a couple of strokes there and over eagerness to finish strongly. Well done, the Kings boys. Well done. And Scots, fair way back to Scots.
So we have the second four coming up towards the 1,000 metres any second now, and a great race here between Shaw, I'm going to say it's Shaw and Riverview, is it? I think, extremely close. Less than a metre, way less than a metre between those two crews. I think Riverview might have just gone through in first. Scots and
Joey's.
Joey's, maybe?
Yep, Joey's. And Scots
In
now
third,
finishing.
fourth, very, very strong.
If you've just finished your race and you finished first, second or third, could you please come over to the presentation pontoon to collect your medals?
So we've got the third four on the course. Quickly read through them. We've
Yep.
got time.
Yeah,
Yeah. So Sydney Boys High, we've got Jivan Naganathan, Lachlan Wu, Antoine Nguyen, Karan Vyas, Cox Danny Pan, Newington, George Cooney, there you go, David Doust, Mackenzie Shepherd, Michael Chen, Cox Henry Lee, and coaches Jessica Christian and Tim Christian. St Ignatius got Jack Bannerman, Flynn Wilkinson, Jago Lambert, Fabrizio Antonelli, and Cox Harry Grant, coaches David Dillon, Shaw, James McCready, Nick Martha, that was Scott's second crew going across in the previous race. Nick Mather,
Well done, boys. Well done,
Alex
Scots boys.
Knappman, Daniel Fatshouse, and Cox Will Harding, St Joey's, Sam Armstrong, Harry Dunn, Nicholas Costigan, Marcus Renshaw, Cox, William Ryan, and coaches Charlie Patterson and Anthony Boyd, the famous Anthony Boyd, wonderful man. Scots got Louis Moe, Beau McMaster, William Farquhar, Christopher Sassine, Cox, Zakin, well, I think, and coach, the wonderful Bede Clark, extraordinary athlete, Australian champion, junior sculler, amazing fellow, good guy. Kings, we've got Jack Hurst, Max Morgan, Thomas Boland, William Maslin, and the Cox is Tom Gavel. And we've got a ripper of a race unfolding here.
Saying Sydney Boys High in front.
Not quite right, I think.
100% sure that's right. I think it's Shaw in front, Riverview very close behind Scots, then St Joseph's and Kings. That's with 500 to go. The two crews on the southern bank very close to each other.
Yeah, I think that's Kings and Riverview having a ding-dong battle out there, isn't it? And I think
Shaw,
beg your pardon, Shaw in front too.
Yep.
Yeah, they've moved out to about a length. Great race for the minor placings. In fact, I think Scots is doing very well there. They look like they might have moved through to third.
Yes, I think they've moved past Joey's. I think who were sitting in third place at the 1500 metre mark. But Shaw's still on top of their work, looking strong. The Riverview boys are putting pressure on them over the final couple of 100 metres, but Shaw looking strong. You can see them where they are. They can see where the Riverview boys are. They know when to lift as they look at the red boys, and they're coming nicely towards the finish line.
There's some good rowing in that Shaw crew. Well done. Very well done. And yes,
Well
Scots
controlled.
and Joey's having a ding-dong battle for third here. And it looks like Scots will get the minor placing. Great race.
The Cox and the Shaw crew is whacking the boat, trying to get the boys to lift it a little bit. And Shaw will finish length and 3/4 in front of Riverview. Good row from the Riverview boys, putting pressure on them, but just a bit Scots just in front, perhaps by a canvas over Joey's. Scots will finish third. Well done to the Scots boys and Joey's boys. Good race. And Kings in fifth spot, not too far behind. Good race, boys. Well done. And Newington College across the other side of the river. Again, not too far behind, and a good row to finish off.
And both Shaw and Riverview have taken 5 seconds or so off their time from the Kings PLC regatta, so that's a great effort. They've had a real battle out the front of that race. That's a wonderful improvement. Well done, guys.
Shaw boys, if you could please come over to collect your medals from the pontoon.
We're well into the schoolboys' second four at this point. We've gone through the 500 with Scots in front, under 1 minute 40, and from St Ignatius and Kings, and Shaw in fourth place. So, and all those crews, in fact, back to fifth, back to St Joseph's, all within about 2 seconds. So 2 to 3 seconds. So this is a cracker of a race as well.
So we'll run through the names of the boys in these crews. Newington, Cameron Rennie, Gabriel Collingwood, Henry Beisel, Ryan Gleeson, Cox's Blake Dewhurst, coaches Jessica Christian and Tim Christian. Riverview, Hugh Kroll, Samuel Giffen, Thomas Dredge, Nicholas Lowry, Cox Sam Kearney, coach Peter Warren, Sydney Grammar, Jack Lockhart, Damon Dyer, Taj Astil, Jashan Dougal, Cox Jeremy Hogue, coach Kenneth Major, Shaw, William Wolfe, Charlie Marshall, Lachlan Thorpe, Jack Drummond, Cox George Bishop, Scots, Olaf Muller, William Kelly, Alexander Tressida, Jacob Ulko, and the Cox, Edison Lowe, coach Edward Manton, Joey's, William Tarlinton, George Daly, Sebastian Castaldi, Thomas Madden, Cox, Patrick Grundy, coach George Davis, Kings, Alexander Vertzeus, Aston Purden, Caelan James, Angus Wickham, there's that Wickham name again, Cox, Max Collis, coach Robert Black, Sydney Boys High, Harry Wu, Liam Witherington, Gilbert Wynne, James Liu, Cox, Wai Lei Shao.
Well, we've got a great race through the 1,000 metres. Scots have held their lead. Another case of a really good coxswain going on to become a very good rower. We've got Jacob Ulko, who was cox of the Junior 8 a few years ago. I coached. Fantastic young fellow. They're moving that boat really well. They've held their lead and they've moved out to nearly a length lead over St Ignatius through the 1,000-metre mark. It's still very tight, and I'm sure that no one's giving up at this point and just handing it across to Scots for the win. So we'll see how we go coming up to the 1,500 metres, but it looks like Scots and St Ignatius, and they've got about a little look back on shore between them, but very tight. Nice rowing from the Scots boys. That's good length, guys. Well done. We come to 1,500 metres, and they're going to go through 1,500 in just a few strokes. We'll just see how their time compares, but I think that's going to be
5:15.
5:15. Yeah, there you go. And they've got a 3.5 second look back at St Ignatius. So that's a very good time. And in fact, it's the slightly better time than same time as Shaw did in the last race at King's PLC. So Shaw have dropped back a bit, and Scots have stepped up for that for this particular race. That's a really that's a good effort from them. They'll be pretty happy with that improvement. Yeah, it's 4 seconds quicker than they were to 1,500 metres last time. Okay. So well done.
The Kings boys for getting their medals, coming up onto the pontoon now to get their medals.
Will that be for the third 8?
Yes.
Who's that? Or juniors?
First junior.
First junior.
So Scott's still holding a lead.
Actually, Scots are moving away. This is a terrific race from these guys. That's a very, very strong performance because Shaw won that race at the King's PLC Regatta. So Scots have moved out to about 2 lengths of clear water there. That's an exceptional effort. And Riverview and Shaw are fighting hard for that second place. I'd say Shaw might have the better of that, but Scots has got over a length of clear water between them. That's a wonderful effort. Well done. Congratulations to Kings on your win in the Junior 8.
Well done, boys. And Scott's coming the last 50, 60 metres, looking really strong. Augurs well for the next couple of races for the rest of the season. Nice rating. Well done, Jacob. Well done, boys. Well done, Scots.
Well done, Scots.
Good row. And Riverview on the far side will come second. Shaw in lane 4, third. Length or so further back then to Joey's. Good row from the Joey's boys. Kings in lane 7, another length back, 2 lengths back to Kings. And on the far side, Newington. And not too far back, Sydney boys high. Good row from them as well.
Well done, Scots. That's a very good time. They've just missed the magic 7-minute mark, 7:01.71, but a new best time for the second 4, I believe, for this season. So that's something to be happy about. See if we can take it under 7 minutes in the next race, I guess.
So Sydney Boys High still putting pressure on themselves. Good row from Sydney Boys High in lane 8. Well done. And Sydney Grammar not too far behind them. Across the other side in lane 3.
Yeah, well done, High. Good row.
Well done, boys.
Well, that'll be a good race to watch, the second round of the second 4.
And the first 4 would appear to have started.
Yeah, they're well into it. They're overlapping well and truly.
Yeah.
They're not only started, they're past the halfway of the mark.
That's right. You wouldn't want to straggle
And
on
it
the
looks
race
like
behind.
Scots are doing very well in that as well. Shaw and Scots are right up there, 3:23 through the halfway for Shaw, and Scots 3 seconds off that, and then a little bit back, just only less than a second back to Newington, St Joseph's. Kings only a 1.5 seconds off that, so we've got another cracker of a race in the first 4 as well.
So Sydney Boys High, I'll rip through the names quickly. Daniel Zeng, Justin Lee Nonis, Joseph Dar, James Liu and Cox Nicholas Jiang. Newington, Archie Gillies, Angus Whiteman, Angus Moses, AJ Whitnell, Cox Oliver Lau. Sydney Grammar, Jack Sproats, well-known rowing name at the wonderful education institution of Sydney Grammar. Finn Brownlow Zierson, Daniel Maynard, Stuart Goldsack, Cox's Bryn Potter. Shaw, Matthew Durbidge, Noah Holt, Jackson Bowers, Max Guild, Cox Jeremy Warburton, King Sam Thompson, Ishan Salika, Nicholas Witheridge, Wilbur Blacksland, Cox Hugo Firth,
Thomas Goldman for Riverview, Adam Fine, Rory Curtin, Orlando McDermott, Cox Luca Vecchio. Scots, Max Baldassare, Tyree Manson, Jake Delmenico, Wyatt Lees, Cox Archulao. St Joseph, Thomas Bensley, Hugh Taylor, Jack Barrett, Sean Hughes, Cox Oscar Crawford. In the last couple of 100 metres of this race.
This is a cracker again, because in their previous race, Scots pulled out a 140 final 500 to win to win the first four at the King's PLC Regatta, and it looks like they're trying to do the same thing again, because they had 5 seconds to Shaw. Shaw had 5-second lead, but this has turned into a great finish from both these crews. I think Shaw still got the lead, but Scots have obviously stepped up, or they've had a dirty stroke there. That won't help. But they're not giving it away by any means. They're keeping Shaw under some really good pressure here. And Kings, Newington and Joey's just fighting out for the third place, but I think Shaw are going to take it out. But if we could pick out another 1 minute 45 final 500, Scots will give them a good run.
As Shaw it is, a couple of lengths in front, really powerful row from this Shaw School crew. Really nice finish there for them, still looking really strong, like they could go on with it. Scots will finish strongly as well and finish in second place by about 3/4 of a length over Newington College and a half a length back there to Kings. Joey's close to the grandstand side, just in front of Riverview. We'll finish from Joey's. Well done the boys from Riverview, and Sydney Grammar finishing strongly as well. Very competitive race, that first four. Well done to all those boys. Sydney High on the far side, not too far behind. So congratulate the Scots boys who have won the
second
four. They're up there receiving their medallions. Well done, boys. Excellent row.
And the first four, that's a new mark for the season. They've hit exactly 650 Shaw. So very well done. They've improved their PB by about 3 seconds. So, and Scots have still done a very good time as well. They're only a few seconds off the time they did last time, but it obviously spent a bit to the halfway mark as well. Well done, Scots, in the second four.
Oh, mate. Yeah.
You're my favourite person.
You're also my favourite person. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks to the Scots parents on the barbecue for not forgetting us up here. It's a nice looking
right.
hot dog. We've got crews on the start line.
The commentary might slow down a little bit. We've just been handed a hot dog.
Who have we got going here? Is this second 8?
Second 8.
Oh, it's the second 8, and Scots is a scratching, unfortunately. Illness and injury. So we've got the crews on the start line nearly ready to go.
So Joey's in lane.
They're off.
Joey's in lane 1, Kings 2, Newington lane 4, Scots 5, Riverview lane 6, Sydney Grammar lane 7, Sydney Boys High lane 8. Really good start there across the river.
Grammar's also a scratching, I need to say.
And Grammar's a scratching as well.
So we've just got the 6 crews.
So Joey's in lane 1, Henry Moore, Tom Summers, Jackson Gersov, Matthew McCulloch, Henry Worrell, Ryan Zorner, Xander Phillips, Oscar Crow, Cox's Jake Cridland, Kings Noah Bradford, James Farrington, Hunter Gillies, Jack Abbott, Nicholas Horn, Alexander Krause, Louis Gilder, Nicholas Whalen and Cox Campbell Wilson. Newington, Angus Dunstan, Tom Hurst, Jeremy Webb, Henry Taylor, Thomas McLean, Max Elliott, Callum Latham, Jack Callanan, Cox Dominic Navati, Shaw, Lockie Clayton, Hunter Shepherd, Max Deutsch, my apologies, Henry Oxenham, George Chapman, Harry Scambler, Ben Brunker, Henry Collins, and the Cox's James Smith. St Ignatius, Jack Stoneheash, Patrick Egger, my apologies, Oscar Berengi, Ryan Hogan, Andrew Kelly, Timothy Seacole, James Whiting, Marcus Bambiajotti, and the Cox's Max Watkins. Grammar is a scratching. Is Grammar a scratching?
Yes, scratching, yep. Well, we're very close through the 500, by the way. Sure, I've gone through in 129.06. Newington 0.3 behind that. St Ignatius only 0.6 behind them, and just a little bit back to Kings and Joey. So a cracking race, and Newington and Shaw and St Ignatius will have a point to prove here. It's been very tight between them. Shaw scratched from the second 8 event at Kings PLC, so they're right up there. They're here to prove a point that they weren't that they were genuinely injured, but it's a very tight first 3 places. Just go
The Sydney Boys High School, Nikolai Sechakovlin, Adam Davies, Jai Jia Sheng, Ivan Samsonov, Alexander Gertis, Thomas Britton, Leon Chow, Kevin Chen, and Cox's Leon Chai.
It looks like Riverview had a very good win at Kings PLC. They had a good time too, 6:07. So if Shaw and Newington can take it to them in this race, that will prove it's a very high quality field. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Shaw, Newington and Riverview are very tight from what it looks like on that screen we're looking at right now. So if we can have 3 crews do that kind of pace in a second 8th race, that's very good for the sport all round. And there's nothing in it. They are literally bow ball to bow ball. Literally bow ball to bow ball. Yeah.
There's 3 crews in less than half a canvas across the river.
3:01 through the 1,000-metre mark for a second 8.
That's flying.
That's really going well. Let's see if they can hold that pace. That
Absolutely.
would be
Let's see if they
exceptional.
can hold that. If all those crews can hold that pace, that augurs well for the first 8 race as well.
Yeah.
At the moment, we've got the Shaw boys coming up to collect their medals for the first 4 just witnessed.
Yeah, well done, Shaw. That was an excellent race. New mark for the season for the first 4. Just missed getting to the 640s. I think we're looking at Shaw and Riverview running extremely well in this third 500, which is where they'll be sorted out, as usually happens. They're holding their pace very well, both those crews. And Newington has not dropped back much either, I don't think. It's hard with the parallax we see through the screen. It can look a bit more than it is, but it would look as though St Ignatius have moved out a little bit, and they've spread the field a tiny bit, and then we're back to Shaw, not far off them, and Newington may have just dropped half a length or so.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think Shaw maybe dropped back about half a canvas, maybe a canvas back behind Riverview, and rating slightly higher by the look of it, Shaw than Riverview. And coming back at them though, the Shaw boys. It's very,
it's
very
extremely
close.
tight. In fact, it's 6 inches through
Shaw.
the 1,500 metre mark. 0.1 of a second.
That's right, exceptionally tight, literally a hair's breadth in that.
Yeah, it looked on our screen that St. led Shaw, but it said I was saying on the screen that Shaw led St.
Who was in
you
the
wouldn't want to bet on it.
Who had their blade in the water first?
Yeah.
It was,
this is going to be tight. Get a quick bet on. I'd be betting on the Riverview's looking very smooth. I think they might have a little tiny bit left in the tank. That's another fast time. See, 4:34 through. St Joseph's and Kings were in the 4th and 5th position. If we didn't call that, we're getting obsessed with the first 3. But it's a really tight race here through the coming up to the last 250. Wonderful finish. This is really tight. These guys are going to fight for this.
Still looking really clean, which is fantastic at the end of this race. They've been putting on a really good pace, really close to each other. There's a lot of focus from the crowd now on these 2 crews, particularly the 2 crews in front. It's anyone's race at this point. Shaw are really putting it in. Riverview sitting nicely. Shaw are coming at them, rating slightly higher.
Bow ball to bow ball.
They are very close.
This is a great
last
race.
100 metres. I'd bet Shaw are probably about 6 inches in front. Riverview coming back at them.
I'll put 10 on that.
Riverview
this is such a tight race. This is a wonderful race. It's who's going to have the blade in the water.
Shaw,
There's nothing,
Riverview,
and I think Riverview.
Or Riverview just by about 6 inches.
I've taken a photo. That is
That
tremendous
is super
racing.
racing. Well done to both those crews, in 3rd place to Newington.
Wow. And Joey's back the
4th
length
to
behind
Joey's, and Kings will cross the line in 5th place. Very close, very, very close race. We've got a photo for 1st and 2nd in the schoolboy second 8 race.
Well, Newington obviously went out under instructions to give it everything they had to the 1,000, and they did, and they just had to fade a little bit from there. But what a cracking race from Shaw and Riverview at the front of that field.
We're still waiting to see the photo. And
Sydney High.
And Sydney Boys High School. We probably won't see the photo till the race officially finishes. And High looking good.
The home of rowing, and it's been given to St Ignatius by 0.2 of a second over Shaw.
Well done to both those 2 crews.
That was just who had their blade in the water. Well done.
Well done to Sydney Boys High. Good row, boys. Well done.
Well done, Sydney High. Home of rowing. Okay.
We can
If
get
Riverview
the
could come in for the presentation, it looks like they are.
review boys come over. The second
They're
8 boys,
exciting
please.
races to
Well
go
done.
through for your whole life. And we've got a start in the first 8 race. Just coming up towards the 500 metre mark. Looking good, looking very good. Shaw just gone through in first. 124. Scots not far off that. 1.7 behind. They've given Kings there. I thought that did look like Scots, but it may have been Kings. And Grammar, there's a whole bunch of, there's 5 crews, 6 crews there within a couple of seconds. So very tight. 124 by Shaw. That's a well, we all know that's a fast pace for any crew, let alone a schoolboy 8. They're really up there. Let's see what we get through the next 1,000 metres. So Kings and Scots, as they have been through the season, and they're getting a bit closer, both those crews, to Shaw on that start, which is a good thing for both of them. Augurs well for an exciting race. For the head of the river in 2 weeks' time. Don't want to make it a procession. But this Shaw crew has been very strong through the season, and they've laid down the gauntlet, and they've just said to Kings and Scots and whoever else wants to be in the race that this is the standard, and if you want to make it, you've got to work hard. And to their credit, these guys are doing that. It looks very tight coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. We'll call the crews just after we go through maybe the 1,000 metre mark, but looks like Shaw coming up, and they've maintained that lead. They've got maybe 3 or 4 strokes before they get through the 1,000 metre mark, and we'll see check their time then. But they're going to go well under 3 minutes. There's no doubt about that.
Looking very bright, aren't they?
They're very sharp. And
they're nearly a full length in front of Scots.
just in front of
Sydney
Grammar for third.
Kings in fourth, Joey's, and then back to St Augie's. So I'll give you the names of the boys in the crews now. We've got a little bit of a breather before the 500. So St Augustine's Tom Faflin, Oliver Thomas, Joe Lynch, Bo Nicholas, Oliver St Pierre, Brandon Smith, Tom Gerrans, Joshua Wilson, Cox's Ben Edwards, coaches Judith Ungermark and Matthias Ungermark, Sydney Boys High, Klim Stoutsman, Adrian Wong, Nelson Chang, Daniel Morris, Jack Smiles, Mahir Marathi, Thomas Brishik, Maximi Jalbert, Locke, Cox, Itai Zamak, and the coaches Gareth Deacon. Grammar, Jamie Penny, Max Collier, Sebastian O'Connell, Benjamin Ween, Nick Wenzel, Henry Wilson, Joshua Zhang, George Summerhays, Cox, Jeremy Ho, coaches Michael Smith, Alan Phillips and John Russell. Newington, Charlie Carr, Sam Bristow, Leo Burkett Doyle, Alexander Page, Hamish Danks, Harvey Jones, Hugo Hobbs, Hugh Harvey, Cox's Ben Dewhurst, coaches Christopher Holliday, Carl Schmidt. Kings, Digby Lay, Felix Lay, MacArthur Bucknell, Sam Duggan, Rory Menzies, Harry Staniforth, Orlando Denton, Dimitri Duta, and the Cox's Lawrence Cleve. Coaches Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley.
I'll just interrupt you there. We just came up to the 1,500 metre mark, and Shaw have maintained that lead, looking really sharp. 425, 426 through the 1,000, and Scots have consolidated second. And there's 3 crews with a blanket over them for third, fourth, and fifth. That's Kings and Lake Newington and Grammar, isn't it? But looking very, very strong.
So in the Shaw crew, Gus Gregg, John Mahoney, Edward Nutt, Thomas Livingston, Hamish Hunter, Nicholas Donoghue, Ashton Lyne, John Kenny, and the Cox's Oliver Wilson, coach David Jennings, St Ignatius, Patrick Johnson, Samuel Harrop, Sam Walker, Rex Collins, Tristan Kelleher, Charles Jewell, Mackenzie Thompson, Felix Connors, and the Cox's Hugo Kerr, coach Daniel Noonan, Scots, Sam Berkelman, James Fredrickson, David Campbell, Ben DeStasio, Angus Campbell, Jake McPhee, Frank Finless, and Jeremy Rush, and the Cox's Zachary Howell, coach Jason Baker. St Joseph's, Jack McDonald, Riley Murphy, Joe Phillips, Maxim Maloney, James Fredrickson, Charlie Hine, Oliver Maroulis, Quinn Dickinson, Cox Xavier Horton. Within the last
They're charging, Scots is charging on shore here. This is a tremendous race. They're all going for the finish. This is a wonderful race, ladies and gentlemen. And Newington are coming through. Newington have come through for third.
Scots has got some
There's
real
not
power
much
in the water,
in-
but Shaw
This is a
front by
great race.
half a length.
Wonderful race. And Newington
Shaw
are pushing
holding them off.
Scots, I think, for
Newington
second
are
too, are they?
pushing Scots. but it's going to be the Shore School by 3/4 of a length. I think it's going to be over. So Shore, I'm going to call Scots. Yes,
Whoa,
Scots second.
what a race. That was
Newington third. Fourth, it could be either Grammar or Kings. St Augustine's, Riverview and Joey's. An awesome schoolboy first 8 race there.
high quality racing.
Fantastic stuff.
There's 2 crews have gone under 6 minutes there, and that doesn't happen very often. Scots had a great finish, but so did Newington. So that head of the river is a long way from over. There's when those boys raced in junior 8s, the basis of these crews, there was 7 crews finished on the podium in that season. So there's a lot of good young rowers out there. What an excellent effort.
You can ask the winners of that race, Shore, if you could come over to the podium, please, to collect your medallions. Well done to all those crews who made that a very, very exciting schoolboy first 8 race. Well done.
Congratulations, guys. And
Sure.
Newington are
Holding
pushing
them off.
Scots, I think, for
Newington
second
are
too, are they?
pushing Scots.
Just looking a bit in slow-mo there on the main screen. And there's the Newington crew. Well done. Well done, you fellas. A great race for the second 8. And there we are. So there's second, then third, and then you can see the tiny margins there for
Point
fourth
2.
and fifth. Lord above, that's tremendous racing. They've got 5 crews completely overlapped, and then 6th and 7th are only just back from there too. That's a high quality race. Well done.
Well done, boys.
That's a good mark for Scots to have broken 6 minutes. They'll be happy with that.
Absolutely.
First time for a while. That's been done by a Scots crew, I think.
Was last year's Head of the River one in 6 minutes and 6 seconds?
Yeah, it was a headwind. It was pretty tough.
Yeah.
So they did get the chance to go under last year. We never really got a flat day, and so I don't think anyone broke 6 minutes last year. Maybe Shaw might have. It's a hard thing to do. It doesn't happen all that often. It's doable. The boys are good enough to do it. And here we have the Joey's crew for, would that be, is it third 8?
Third 8.
Third or fourth 8? Third 8. Well done, St Joseph's. Medals presented by Rob Hart. His son was in the winning Scots crew last year, the president of the rowing support group, I believe. And Dick Finlayson, is it?
Yes, it is.
Yep. Former Australian rower.
We're just going to take a break for just a second while we actually get to our hot dogs. Once again, thank you to the Scots parents for sending that up to us. They're warm, tepid dogs.
This was the Shaw crew steps up here for the presentation. There's been a reminder from the organisers again, please return bow numbers. We're running short of bow numbers, so could all the coaches out there make an effort to push your coxswains or coaches to return those bow numbers to the tent near the finish tower, please. And congratulations to that Shaw 4, who you think maybe, was it the third 4 maybe? On the first 4, I think they'd already been up.
so. All right, so this is the Year 9 7th Coxed Quad Scull. I don't have any names for the competitors in this race, but while that race is going, we've got another shore crew coming forward, a 4 coming forward to collect their medals for a race. Congratulations, boys. Well done. Haven't got any names for the competitors
The third full. Strong boys there.
in this event at the moment. Looks like Newington on the far side, so on the car park side. And then St Augustine's, then King's, Joey's, Riverview. And at the moment it looks like it's a very close race. I think Newington's probably slightly in front of Joey's and a little bit back then to Riverview, then King's, then St Augustine's. But I think it looks like Newington on the far side of the river with about 400 metres to go in front of Joey's and Riverview.
Would that be Newington or Shaw, possibly? Is it?
It looks like I'm pretty sure it's
Newington, is it?
Black Blades.
Ah, right, there we go. Well, it's not the same cruise as race the first race.
Maybe
in
it
that
is
case.
Shaw.
Maybe it is Shaw.
What's it? Yeah, it's hard to tell. My apologies if I've been calling Newington as Shore or Shore as Newington.
I think it is Shaw.
My
So
apologies.
the
it is
cruise
Shore.
would be Lane. It was Patrick Ryan, Spencer Solomons, Thomas Hartman, Oliver Hunt, and Cox Judah White from St Eggs. Kings have got William Hurst, Max Manker, Alex Perry, James Miranda Clark, and Cox was Jonathan Hay. Shaw is Will Simons, Hamish Bergen, Thomas Mitchell, Edward Baxter, and the Cox is Leon Lee. Joey's Cooper Buchanan, Jasper Smeaton, Xavier Underwood, Sean Calingo, and Cox Thomas Hannon, and the St Augs crew, Max Hart, Jay Taylor, Xavier Boone, Zane Carter, and Cox Eduardo Bionis. Bionis, there we go.
Well done to Shaw.
Sure are going to win this
Excellent
race.
finish of the race here. Well in front of Joey's and Riverview, but Shaw looking strong in the water. Nice finish.
Oh, good time
Well
too.
done, boys.
3:44. That's a good time.
Excellent stuff. Well done.
For a 7th year 9 quad, that's a very good time. A decent break back to St Joseph's.
We're going to finish a length and a quarter in front of Riverview, length and a half in front of Riverview.
No.
Well done, boys.
That's a 16-second margin, so well done. Sure, that's strong
And
rowing.
back to Kings in 4th, and Augies very closely behind, coming in at 5th.
I'm going to say that's a very young.
They do look.
If they're in year 9, that would be a great effort, but I'm going to guess that's Judith teaching guys to row at a young age very well.
You might be right. Certainly, some of those boys don't look.
Or it's
like they would
Torben
be.
actually, not Judith, but Torben. But there's some
Those
good,
boys don't
some
look like
good
they'd be
coaches.
in year 9 just yet.
So we must be close to a start for the year. Number 6 crew.
Yep.
We're going around again. We may call some wrong names. Apologies if that happens, but we're assuming the crews are unchanged from the first time round.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I think we're just repeating the same set of races, and we can assume that it's the same rowers, I think. Lana's doing a great job here. It's hard starting these crews, but beautiful day to start a race with very little drift and wind and side wind. So for these junior crews, it's so much easier for both the crews and the starter to get a fair start. So hopefully all these crews are switched on and we get a nice even start. It's just going to hopefully bring that King's crew up a little bit. Otherwise they'll have to be particularly good to get through. Like we've got Joey's in about lane 2, then another St Augs crew, then a Grammar crew, St Ignatius, I think Kings, and then Shaw. We're just sitting on the start.
Absolutely perfect conditions here. Everyone looking around.
Just think back to last summer. I'd be sitting here with smoke and bushfire.
They're
Oh,
away.
well, they're off. I don't know if it was the easiest and the most even start, but there we go.
They're away.
Away anyway.
I'll sort them out at 1,000 metres.
I'm sure the starter was trying to encourage them to get to an even start. So
To pay attention.
we got Shaw, there's Oliver Davies, Calvin Shortis, Oliver Beta, Rory Hall, and the Cox is Will Anderson. We've got a cast of thousands as coaches. We've got Grammer, Rowan, Bustle, McNeil, Leander Zimmerman, Neelish Panday, Maximilian Downey Twiss, Cox Hugo Finlayson. Kings, we've got Jet Myatt, Charles Rowe, Patrick Luo, and Johnny Zhou, and Cox Isaac Kamita. Joey's Dominic Barry, Louis Naismith, Nicholas Callanan, Harper Timms, and the Cox is Charlie Gill. Riverview, Oscar Pidcock, Nicholas Ray, Frederick Stuckey, Jack Henry, Cox Nicholas Bunis. St. Augs is Miles Nicholas, Jason Cowell, Lewis Tilley, Max Tancred, and the Cox is Ryder Taylor. Sorry, I haven't got all the coaches in there, but we run out of time to read them. This is the Year 9 6th quad.
So St Augustine's on the screen at the moment. Seem to be going well.
I'd say again we can guarantee that Shaw is in front in this
Boys-
race.
Yep. Shaw Boys closer to the stand in this event. The Cox is sitting up pretty proudly in this
He is,
in
isn't
this
he?
boat. I haven't seen
Having a
someone
good look
sit
around.
that high on a boat.
They
That-
threw about a length and a half in front of St. Augs, and then about another length and a half back to Kings. Who are overlapped by Joey's, just going through, and that would be St. Ignatius behind them.
It's all right, mate.
So we're just coming up towards the final 100 metres, and Shaw have a very strong lead. They're running very well. St. Augs doing extremely well in second as well, but with a good 2 length or more margin to Shaw. And just Kings still staying in touch for that third place in the schoolboy 6th year quad.
Really strong finish from Shaw, who making it look pretty easy. Nice rhythm in the boats. On top of their work. Still think the Cox are sitting up very high in the crew. And well done, Shaw boys. And Augie's not very far behind them. A good time for them as well.
3:37 for Shaw. That's a very fast time for a 6th year quad.
And King's coming in third. Well done, boys. It's going to be tight between Riverview and Joey's. Joey's look like they might just get across the line just in front of them, maybe a canvas.
Just held them off. That was a great finish from those two crews, fighting for 4th and 5th.
A little way back now.
And Grammer just heading up to that last 100 metres. They can be. Want some from the USSR? Yeah, good. Yeah, come on. Well done, Sydney Grammer. That was It's a long way, 1,000 metres when you've only just started rowing. Well done. Hang in there and finish that race well. So that's the completion of the Year 9 6th quad scull. And we're going to hand over to a new commentary team who will hopefully be even more competent than we have been. We won't take that much. It's been a lot of fun. Have a great day.
Okay, we're away. And we've got to start in the schoolboy Year 9 5th quad final. You want to run through the crews? Yep.
So across on the far side, we've got the grammar queue of Jamin Lee, Jordan Yip, Nailish Pandey, Dominic Wee, Cox by Michael Lewing, coaches Christopher Airedale. Alongside them are Kings with Anton Dimitrico, Oscar Petrus, AJ Tyndall, Milton Jones, Cox by Yanu Mathalan. Shaw in the middle of the field with Nick Stacker, Toby Gregory, Henry Longs, Alex Hosking, Cox by Leo Franklin, coaches Rachel Pickering, Martin Gordon and Warwick Payne. We've got St Joseph's alongside Shaw with Daniel Taylor, Cody Hartley, Will Booth, James Wan, Cox by Charles Duncan, coach Joshua Noy. St Ignatius on the near side with Hugo Wrightson, Jeremy Holmes, James here, Jeremy Stoddart, Cox by Samuel Pollock, coached by Angus Robinson, and Newington making up the final crew with Alexander Armitage, Frankie Alfasi, Anthony Brockman, Marcus Bergen, Cox by Connor Costanzo, coached by Stuart McDonald.
And with now about 200 metres to go, we've got Shaw in first place. That crew there, stroked by Stacker. Second is Kings, third St Joseph's, fourth St Ignatius, and fifth Grammar. And the Shaw crew, good steady rating, maybe around about 32, 33 strokes per minute. Coming up into the Red Boys with now about 75 metres to go. They've got this race well in hand with a couple of lengths there over the King's School. And over on the far side in third position is St Joseph's College. And that's Shaw just crossing the line there to take first position. Well rowed, guys.
Joey's coming home strongly on the far side there with the boys, but holding firm. Kings coming over second place. And St Joseph's coming through now in third. Well rowed.
And if the Shaw crew would like to head over and grab your medals as well. And St Ignatius coming in there in fourth position.
And we've got the Grammar crew coming home very strongly through the middle of the field here. Keeping good good form as they're coming into that last 50 metres. Long way to row for these young fellas. Great effort. Just coming over now, the Grammar crew. Well done, boys. Yeah, but the same crew though.
Okay, down on the start line now for the schoolboy year 9 quad scull. The 4th crew, schoolboy year 9, 4th quad scull. Kings over on the far side in lane 2, Shaw in lane 3, Grammar in lane 4, St Joseph's in lane 5, St Ignatius in lane 6, and Newington this side of the course, lane 7.
So the King's crew on the far side, James Cox, Grayson Odbert, Samuel Hines, Lachlan Jones, Cox by Zachary Chung. Next to them, Shaw with Piers Mendel, Aidan McFarlane, Liam McFarlane, Angus Redden, Cox by Charlie Waugh, coached by Martin Gordon and Warwick Payne. Grammar in the middle of the field with Michael Sanderson, Jonathan Ligdas, Thomas Cranfield, Matthew Cheng, coached by Edison Elmsay, coached there by Owen Nix. Joey's alongside them, Walker Courtney, Jacob Goss, Samuel Basher, Archie Bruce, Cox by Charles Duncan and coached by Jack Lewis. St Ignatius on the near side here with Henry Diggs, Joshua Sanders, William Hodge, Walter Walker, coached by Thomas Schill and coached by Tom Kavanagh. And on the near side coming past the stand is Newington with Will Salmon, Riley Taylor, Angus Edmondson, James Ferguson, coached by Lachlan Page and coached by Jessica Wickenden.
And just coming through the 500 metres in this race, the year 9 4th quad scull, Angus Shaw in first position, 1.75 seconds behind them. Kings, 3rd, St Joseph's, 3 seconds back. Then Newington, followed by St Ignatius in 5th position. Still absolutely beautiful conditions out there. Bruce.
Lovely conditions, clearing up a little bit. Not a breath of wind. Looks like the rain's holding off as well. So, yes, nice and cool outside for the boys. So great conditions.
And quite. I mean, nice conditions for rain, but pretty dead. No assistance from the wind and no hindrance. We've seen some reasonably quick times out there in the 8s, going under 6 minutes. So these boys will be really enjoying these beautiful conditions out here at Cirque.
The year 9 boys been out here, Richard, rowing at Cirque before. Usually hen and chicken, obviously,
right,
for these young guys. This could be perhaps their first time out, which is a great thrill for them.
Okay, so we're coming into the business part of the race and we've got around about 250 metres to go, and it looks like Shaw School holding that advantage, but Kings is actually having a big crack at them now, and they've made up a bit of room, maybe about half a length behind. That would be about a second and a half. They've lifted the rating, look like a pretty big crew, Kings, bit of power through the water, but actually Shaw responding now. They've taken the beat up to a couple of points. I'm going to guess that's around about 34, 35 strokes a minute, and they're going to hold now around about 3/4 of a length. So go over the line, and that's Shaw Crew in first position, followed by Kings right behind in second. St Joseph's College just moving up over the line now in 3rd position. And a really tight race there for 4th. Newington being challenged by St Ignatius and a good strong last 500 for St Ignatius College, but it's Newington who take that spot.
Yeah, nice close race that one. Not too much in it, considering again that these boys are rowing 1,000 metres, just young blokes, possibly out here for the first time at Cirque. So it takes a little while to get your bearings. We've got Grammar coming in nice and strongly too. The boys showing some nice form here in the last 50 metres to to bring up the tail end, and they'll just keep improving those boys, no doubt.
Yeah, enjoying the opportunity to be out here. Okay, we've got the official results from race 22, which is the schoolboy year 9 fourth quad scull. All races here are finals. All races get medals, and in fact that winning crew should come out, make their way over to the podium to collect their medals. But in race 22 it was Shaw in first position in an official time of 3 minutes 34.19 for the 1,000 metres. Second was Kings, 2.5 seconds behind them. 2.3 seconds behind them. Third was St Joseph's College. Fourth was Newington. Fifth, St Ignatius College. And sixth, Sydney Grammar. And what's the race we've got lined up down there next, Brent?
So we've got the year 9 third 4, possibly quad scull underway. Just a bit tricky to see through the mist up here, Richard, but it looks like we're close to a start for these boys, or they may just be underway. They're making their way through the mist, and we'll just wait to get confirmation that they've started as young lads come in to get their medals from earlier quad victories. It looks like a shore crew coming in now for the boys to pick up their medals on the dais. So we're just still waiting to get confirmation of a start with the year 9 third quad scull.
It looks like we've got Mark Campbell down there lining up to present the medals to that Shaw quad. Campbell, of course, a rower of some note himself from the Mossman Rowing Club, and he has two boys, twin boys in Scots College First 8 this year.
There's some good masters rowers at that Mossman Rowing Club there, Richard.
Oh, glad you asked, Brent. There are some remarkable rowers down there at Mossman. Long been regarded as a premier club in Sydney.
Certainly. So just a little bit of a lull here now as we await confirmation from the top of the field as to whether the third cock sculls are underway, year 9 boys, but they won't be too far off.
It can take a little bit of work lining the crews up, of course. They're not actually a held start down there at 1,000 metres. They've actually just got to line up, and they're directed by the umpires to get in position, and the crews are young. It takes them a while sometimes just to line up and get ready to start.
Of course, later today, big thrill for some of the year 7 boys, Richard, out here on the water. I think they've got, is it 500 metre races for some of the year 7 crews later today, which these are young lads that have only probably just hopped in the boat very recently. So a great thrill for those boys and their parents to see them out here at such a prestigious regatta today, and that's very, very excited to see those young guys going around.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So we've got a start list now for that race that we're waiting for, the third quad scull. Lane 2, Sydney Grammar. Lane 3, Sydney Boys High. Lane 4, St Joseph's. Lane 5, Kings. Lane 6, Shaw. Lane 7, Newington. And Lane 8, St Ignatius. Race 23.
Might just perhaps while we're waiting, just run through the crews in the third quads for the year 9s, just as they're about to get underway. So in the Shaw crew, we've got Wiley Hockey, Jordan Elliott, Lockie Defner, Jameson Line, Cox by Alex Bishop, coaches there Rachel Pickering and Mark Gordon and Warwick Payne. The King's crew, Charles Whalen, Daniel Payne, Alfred McLean, Charles Schultz, Cox by Fergus Lawson,
You know you're doing well when you've got 3 coaches. No wonder Shaw are doing so well.
3
out here
coaches,
in your
yes.
quad skull.
Yes, three per crew, I would imagine. Grammar headed up by Wilbur Sproats, Elliot Aljung, Jonathan Jew, and Noah Fitzpatrick. Cox by Luke Thurgood, coach Kenneth Major. The St Ignatius boys, Finn Terrell, Sebastian Zuckerman, Robert Laird, Luca Laspina, cox by Jonathan Yap, coach Tom Kavanagh. The boys from Newington, Toby Cameron, Tavendale, Hunter Elliott, Alexandra Tetley, Callan Rixham, cox by Noah Keenelside, coached by Jessica Wickenden. The Joey's boys, Max Kelly, Thomas O'Brien, Ethan Fair, Max Moore, cox by Benjamin Clark, coach Jack Lewis. And Sydney Boys High, Dean Johnson, Harrison Gu, Michael Shen, Andy Huang, cox by Ryan Zhu. So they're just coming up to the start line now for the start of the Year 9 third coxed quad scull. They're just getting these boys gathered together on the line, as Richard mentioned. This is not a standing start. They were brought into line to try and get those bows in line with the 1,000 metre mark. A new experience for these boys, for many of them. So no doubt a tricky operation for the officials up there. You can probably see on your feed now. They're trying to get those boys nice and level before we make a start. Shaw just sitting back, half a stroke. And I'm sure we'll be underway very shortly.
Butterflies you feel on the start line for a rowing race. A lot of anticipation amongst these young crews.
And I've got the medals that have been given out to the winners of one of the earlier quad races. Could be the fourth Cox quad, I would think. Just getting their medals up on the dais, and I'm sure any moment now we will be underway with the, here we go, and they're off. 1,000 metres coming up up here now at Cirque, and good strong start by all the crews by the look of it. Difficult to tell at this stage. We'll get a race split in just a moment, but all crews away and looking very strong as they make their way up to the first 250.
Those crews will be trying to come out of the blocks at rating around about probably 38 strokes per minute, maybe up to 42 for some of the crews who managed to master the start a little bit more, and pushing away as hard as they possibly can, particularly out over the first 100 metres, and then trying to find a bit of rhythm to settle into and make sure that the attack doesn't eat its way too much into those thighs before the 500 start to gear up and wind home.
I'd imagine these boys would be enjoying the beautiful calm water here too. Hen and Chicken, where these young blokes have rowed for the last season or two, can be a little choppy, a little windy, but certainly out here today, as you can see if you're following the footage, the Cirque is looking like glass out there today. Not a breath of wind as these boys make their way to around the 500 mark.
Just heading up close to the 500 now. We should get some results as they head through the 500 mark very shortly. It looks like Shaw School perhaps out in front at the moment by...
Just those splits coming through now there, Richard.
Yep, so Shaw, 1 minute 41, followed by St Joseph's, who are about 4 seconds behind, which will be about a length and a half. Clear Water, third is Kings, 4th St Ignatius, 5th Grammar, 6th Newington, and in 7th position Sydney Boys High.
Very close for those 5th, 6th and 7th places at the moment, or certainly 5th and 6th, less than a second between them. Shaw out in front by 4 seconds and looking very strong, but certainly being pushed hard by St Joseph's and Kings at the moment. That's all.
Okay, with about 250 metres to go. And looks like Shaw's managed to maintain that lead. They've got now Clearwater over St Joseph's, perhaps about a length and a half, but it's a pretty tight race for third place, with Kings trying to push up into the stern of the St Joseph's crew, but the St Joseph's crew certainly want to maintain that advantage and lifting the rating as best they can. And Shaw, even though they've got Clearwater, definitely making the most of it and whipping the rating up, and now just coming over the line in first position. St Joseph's just holding off a surging Kings, who have broken up to around about 3/4 of a length behind. And a really tight race here between Newington and Riverview for that fourth position. And it's Newington just going to hold that over very, very close, though, over St Ignatius College. Sydney Grammar not far behind on the other side there. And Sydney High just a couple of lengths back too. That was a great race, guys.
Yeah, very close for some of those minor placings through there. And the boys, as we can... There's Sydney Boys High just coming over the line now, and as we look across, we can see the boys are having had put in a big effort for that 1,000 metres, and a wonderful effort from all of them.
And the unofficial time in that race looks like 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Three minutes and 28 seconds. 3:28.35. St Joseph's 6.54 seconds back from that, and then Kings 9 seconds back. Yeah, those results official now. So Shaw School in first place, as we said, in 3 minutes 28.35, followed by St Joseph's College, Kings in third position, Newington in fourth, St Ignatius College in fifth, Sydney Grammar in sixth, and Sydney Boys High in seventh position. That was the schoolboy Year 9 third quad scull. And we've got the second quad scull lining up down there now, just coming up to the 1,000 metre start position.
Boys as the boys come into position here, I'll just for the benefit of those listening, mums and dads, go through those crews of the second Year 9 second quad scroll boys, with Shaw with Ben Muffet, Edward Kenny, Lorenzo Cozzi, Alex Smith, coxed by James Singer, coaches Martin Gordon, Warwick Payne and Rachel Pickering. The Kings boys are Tollock Salmon, Mac Mason, Louis Todd, Campbell Wickham, coxed by Dennis Galvins. The Grammar boys, Ben Fairbrother, Torrance Zing, Lachlan Struthers, James Brew, coxed by Michael Hugh, coached by Kenneth Major. The Newington lads are Oliver Sutton, Leo Grippy, Mark Grilikis, Alexander Cosmas, coxed by Stephen Ilapoulos, coached by Zachary Scott. The Joey's boys are Finley Mitchell, Liam Massey, Thomas Maloney, Janie Cox by Henry Howard. Sydney Boys High, Ethan Hubler, Michael Lee, Jack Rusley, Daniel Nguyen, coxed by Dat Nguyen. And the St Ignatius crew made up of Joshua Price, Jude Smith, Luke Bannerman, William Patterson, coxed by Lachlan Horden-Smith and coached by James Benson. These boys are sitting almost set to go. They're looking... And we're off. We're off on the start of the Year 9 second quad scull. Boys getting away cleanly and digging in at the start, Richard.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we go here at the Gold Cup last weekend. It was a great regatta, although unfortunately, not many spectators apart from those people who managed to line up along the course in boats.
You didn't take your Riviera for that one, Richard?
Unfortunately, it was just getting repairs. It was up on, yeah.
Yes.
But in that regatta, Shaw were the form crew. They won their Division 2 in 5 minutes and 5 seconds for that 1,500 metre course. And it looks like Kings were second on times anyway, and St Joseph's probably in third position. So it'll be interesting to see how that form plays out here today, Brent.
Yes, and again too, some of the parents listening in or watching and may be wondering why Scots don't make an appearance in the Year 9. Of course, the Glengarry program at Scots does split the boys up, and it looks to me like this year, possibly the Scots rowers may well be at Glengarry all at the moment, so they can come back together and form crews. So that's why I had one or two of the parents asking downstairs why it was that Scots didn't have any crews in the Year 9 races. But the boys are making their way now close to the first two, or are they through the first 250?
They're just coming up to the 500 metres.
Yeah.
So we'll get a time check on them as they come through.
We're looking close again here as the split comes through first and second. Goodness, this is close.
Looks like King's just maybe half a length up over Shaw.
Mm.
Yeah, they've got 1.21 seconds, and then really close between St Joseph's and Newington. It's only 0.27 seconds Newington behind St Joseph's. And then St Ignatius in 5th position, just a further 3 seconds back. Then to Grammar and Sydney Boys High, but a really tight race up the front. And we're seeing Shaw, who managed to gain the advantage, the upper hand at the Gold Cup last week. Look like they're being strongly challenged by the King's crew.
And in a shorter race like this too, I guess, Richard, you get your nose in front and you just sort of hang in there. You can. It's a good place to be, isn't it, at the 500, just to have that bow in front.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, being in front's a good place to be, particularly at the end.
Yes, it can be overrated, but
that's right. That's right.
Is we'll just see shortly. But it certainly looks like there's very little between first and second crews at this point.
Yeah, that's really close, and Shaw definitely really digging deep now to have a crack at that King's crew in first position. It's a little tough to see from here, but as they come into the Red Boys, which is the last 250 metres of the course,
I'd say Kings are still in front here, Richard. Have they got half a boat length? It's as you say, it's tricky, but.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, Brendan. And King's really stretching out, actually. I mean, they're probably underrating the Shaw crews by maybe a couple of points. And, starting to see some of the better technique that you see in these higher quads, and they're definitely nice long strokes, good run in the boat, and the Shaw school unable to breach that gap. So that's King's in first position, second is Shaw. Joey's have come through and taken Newington just by about half a canvas. So Joey's third, Newington fourth. St Ignatius College will be fifth. And, a pretty tight race here too. We've got Grammar just a length or two back, and Sydney High as well, performing really well in this second quad scull.
Yeah, look, probably one of the closer races with the Year 9 boys we've seen, Richard, and great to see Kings holding on there, but Shaw coming home strong. But also, not a great spread between them all, and Sydney boys coming home looking very, very good form at the end of the race there, coming in to just get pipped at the finish by Grammar there.
Yeah, that's right. I noticed that that time of 3:26 for the King's crew, just a couple of seconds quicker than the race before. So it's nice to see that depth across these different divisions, and of course, plenty of competition within the ranks of these quad sculls. To make these higher crews, and so that's always keeping the boys on their toes.
And at that young age, as we know, we've had young blokes go through the rowing program from Year 7 through, and a growth spurt in one boat and one young bloke can take them from one crew to the next very, very quickly as the seasons progress.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And a lot of the coxswains, of course, in these Year 9 quads. I know that the stroke of the Scots first 8, for example, started out as a coxswain.
Yes,
Jeremy Rush.
Yeah, he did too.
And that's quite often the case of these young guys who might do the first 2 or 3 years on the strings, as they say.
Well, Jeremy's father Sam was very slight, still is, and I think may have been a cox back in the day.
Is that right? Yeah, that's right.
I can't confirm it.
I mean, lithe is a word that comes to mind.
Yes, svelte.
Yes.
So
we've got lining up.
It looks like we've got the Year 9 first quad scull lining up. This will be goodness me. This should be a cracker. Look, as you said, Richard, as each of the divisions come through, that time just gets that little bit quicker, and the spacings between the boats sort of does get less and less as we get up to some of these other crews. So we're waiting as the Year 9 first quads make their way up to the 1,000 metre mark for a start.
We'll just quickly run through the lanes there. We've got in lane 1 St Augustine's College on the north side of the harbour there. Lane 2 Sydney Boys High, lane 3 Newington, lane 4 Grammar, lane 5 St Ignatius, lane 6 Shore, lane 7 Kings, and lane 8 St Joseph's.
So we'll just run through the crews again. Lots of mums and dads listening in. This is our how the crews line up for the Year 9 first Cox Quad Skull, the last Year 9 race of the day. Got the St Augustine's crew of Aidan Haney, McKinley Hazard, Zane Zeknick Smith, and Jesse O'Connor, coxed by Alexandro Bronies and coached by Justin Brown. King's crew was Charles Baker, Ethan Zhu, Anton Thiel, William Rogers, coxed by Reginald Tull. The Grammar Boys, Kieran Hyun, Matthew Kelly, William Ellis, Oliver Huang, coxed by Paul Bradukas and coached by Jeffrey Noonan. The Shore Boys, Ben Rowe, Henry Connick, Felix Harbison, Preston Scott, coxed by Mackenzie Fox, coaches Warwick Payne, Martin Gordon, Rachel Pickering. The Joey's Boys are Darcy Williams, Grant Dreyer, Matthias Maloney, Alex Negline, coxed by Henry Howard, coached by Emma Molnar. And Sydney Boys High, Harry Zinn, Tian Xing Yang, Jacob Yang, Luke Tran, coxed by Jonathan Lynn. St Ignatius, Charlie Harrison, Daniel Saunders, Ambrose Hennessy, Phoenix Graham, coxed by Alistair Brown, coached by James Benson, as we make a start here. And finally the Newington crew made up of Edward Phillips, Harvey Carnegie, Angus Mitchell, Kian Tran Huyn, and coxed by Hugo Grian, coached by Zachary Scott, as the boys are underway now, Richard.
Yeah, that's right. And just again having a look at the Gold Cup results, if they can give us a guide, and we'll see if we can, if anyone can be overturning those results. But the form was with Kings at that regatta, and then a really tight tussle, actually almost dead heat in terms of times between the divisions between St Joseph's College and Shore.
Such an interesting race, that Gold Cup, isn't it, Richard? You know, with the only dogleg course that these boys row on, and of course it's a real challenge for the cocks, who are used to going in the straight line along the hen and chicken and what have you. And as we know, when you're out there, the lanes out there can make a big difference to those finishes, and it's always a very interesting race.
Yeah, it's when rowing becomes a contact sport, often a bit of clashing of oars. And making it a little bit exciting out there. I know that in the first 8 there was a clash between...
Bit of a chat between the boys, was there?
I think there were words exchanged actually,
yes,
on the way through as well. But it looks like Shore have got out to a lead early on. And they're just crossing the 500 metre mark, and they're ahead of Kings and then St Joseph's College. Very tight there between St Ignatius and Newington, with Sydney Grammar...
Graham and Sydney Boys High.
I
yeah.
was just wondering whether the St Augustines who were there. Okay, and St Augustine's in 8th position at the moment as they've gone through the 500 metres. And now with about 350 metres to go, this is the time where the coxswains will be calling for the boys to summon what they've got left and start to gear up. They might have been rating maybe 35, 36 strokes a minute through the middle of the course, and they'll be asked to be bringing that up to somewhere around 37, 38, maybe even 40 strokes per minute.
St Augustine's may have caught a crab back there, Richard. Usually very strong in the 4s, Augustines, so they've got some work to do coming from 8th spot, sitting at the 500 metre break 5 seconds behind Sydney Boys High. Sydney Boys High doing very well to keep out in front of them and putting pressure on Grammar.
Yeah, actually, that's interesting you say that, because it does look like St Augustine's are making their way up through the field a little bit back there, and challenging now through High. But it's at the top of the course, it's Shore. This is a great-looking crew. They're looking very composed. They've got the race well in hand, and they're overturning the result from last week in the Gold Cup, which they'll be happy about. Now just coming over the line with Clearwater, I'll call that 2 lengths.
Which is very quick time too. Look at that time, Richard. 3:16. That's very quick, isn't
Yeah,
it? For these boys?
3:16 is a great time, and St Joseph's College is challenged but can't quite get to Kings. Newington are over the top of St Ignatius College by just on one length, and then St Ignatius in 5th position. St Augustine's have worked their way back up the field, and they've got ahead of Sydney Grammar by about a length, and Sydney Grammar now coming over the line, and Sydney High just a further length back. So a great race all up, and as you said, a really quick time out there in 3:16.43 for the Shore School.
10 seconds faster than the Year 9 seconds, which is that's a big jump. And look, credit to St Augustine's too, just young blokes who obviously caught a crab or had a bit of trouble at the start to really push and come through.
Yeah.
But great effort too from Grammar and Sydney High to keep them honest at the back there.
And I'm sure we're very familiar now with seeing the St Augustine School out at these regattas, and they've got a great program run by Matthias and Judith Ungermark there out of the Mossman Rowing Club, and always competitive at this level, and in the junior eights especially, and we're pretty handy first eight as well.
It's great to see them coming out to certainly to more and more of the GPS regattas. Augustine's always attributing themselves very, very well, and it's great to have the boys out here, definitely.
Now, it's a good program in some of the other schools over there, actually on the northern beaches, Balgala High, for example. Also really taking to rowing, and of course, Redlands, all the girls' schools. It's amazing down there at Mossman Rowing Club at 5 o'clock in the morning, the hive of activity, literally, hundreds and hundreds of kids, and big masters program down there as well.
In the middle, training in the middle harbour there, are they, Richard?
Yeah, just near the Spit Bridge.
Yes, in amongst all the bull sharks.
Yeah,
Keeps them honest.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's certainly part of the harbour you don't want to fall in. You really would like to avoid that if you possibly can.
So that's our last race for the Year 9s, folks. And again, to all those boys, coaches and crews, a wonderful effort to come out here. Very exciting, I think, for the boys to come out and just have a little bit of a taste of rowing at where all the older lads row each week. And we are waiting now, Richard. What's next on the agenda?
I guess it's race 26, and that will be the Year 10 4th 8.
Yes.
Now, there'll be a little bit of a break in this one of about 10 minutes while they reset the course down to the 2,000 metre mark. So those quad sculls are rowing 1,000 metres, which is half the course, and they'll reset down now to the 2,000 metre mark, where it'll be a held start.
Just a reminder too of that crew that came in first in the Year 9s. Have they made their way up to the dais?
Looks like they're coming down now. The Shore School to come and grab their medals. Yep. And we've got official results there for that Year 9 first quad scull. First was Shore, time of 3:16.43. Second was Kings, at a time 5 seconds back, 5.69 seconds back. Third was St Joseph's. Fourth was Newington. Fifth, St Ignatius. Sixth, St Augustine's. Seventh, Sydney Grammar. And eighth, Sydney Boys High. And we might just take a little break and go off there while we're waiting for the crews to reset down at the 2,000 metre mark for the next race, which is race 26. And that's the Year 10 4th 8.
we're just observing the only two crews in the schoolboy 4th 8s, Kings and St Ignatius. Looks to me with the feed that we're getting that Kings are all lined up ready to go, and Ignatius just making their way in. This is back to the back to 2000. These boys raced earlier today. Always a big ask, of course, backing up for these lads, 2,000 metres. So as St Ignatius make their way in, we don't think we'll be too far away from a start. So perhaps we'll just go through the crews here. As I said, only two crews here. They'll be out of lane 4 and lane 5 together. The King's crew made up of Will Collins, Ollie Andrews, Jason Chow, Lachlan Smith, Sam Gall, John Robinson, Hugo Mason, Simon Niverson, coxed by Jock Harding, and St Ignatius, who have just made their way in there now. The crew of Max Barnes, Sam Walker, Edward Kelly, James Lyon, James Gooden, Archibald Dean, Maxim Babagotti, Connor Egger, coxed by Benjamin McDonald, and coached by Fiona Ewing. So great testament to the rowing program, both Kings and Ignatius, Richard, that they can actually field a 4th 8. That's some real depth in your senior rowing program to be able to get 4 8s on the water plus all the 4s.
Yeah, that's fantastic, isn't it?
Looks like we're not too far, and they're just away now. Race underway in the schoolboy year 10 4th 8. Sorry, I put you wrong there before. Schoolboy year 10 4th 8 underway now with Kins and Ignatius up the middle of the course, heading into the mist. As look very close there, we'll get probably a split at the 500 metre mark. Both crews looking good, looking in shape. Very little between them at this stage. And as you can see from the shots that you're getting, wonderful conditions out here at Penrith this afternoon, this morning, as it is. Still the mist just hanging over the course with not a breath of wind.
King's crew just drifted right over onto the boys there early on. Coxswain's getting them back on track at the moment. Actually, both the St Ignatius crew as well. I mean, you can imagine that these coxswains obviously still learning and getting used to the way it needs to work to try and steer these boats. They're about 60 foot long. To get them straight down the course with a bunch of rowers who are also still learning the game, and probably different pressures on either side of the boat from time to time. So getting it straight is not as easy as it looks, but they're back on track now.
Back on track now. Recovered very well, actually. Possibly a hangover from the Gold Cup last week with the dog leg.
That's right, might be.
Cox may have just inadvertently realised that he's not on the Lane Cove River. He's out here at Cirque. But
Look,
he did very well.
Could well have been getting some feedback from the crew during that moment as well.
Possibly.
I think they tend to make their thoughts known. The boys, the coxswains, have got thick skins, but it's St Ignatius College who are out at the first 500 metres by a good couple of lengths over the King's School, and that's the form they had in last week's Gold Cup as well. They managed to win that one comfortably. No spoiler alerts. Who knows what can happen from here, but. They've got a handy lead over the King's School of about 11 and 11.3 seconds at the moment.
Kings would have probably lost 4 or 5 seconds getting tied up in the boys there too, Richard, so it doesn't help. And St Ignatius now, of course, can sit here and dictate the race a little, and Kings with all the work to do as they approach the 750.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm sure they'll take the opportunity to have a good row through and a blowout, and the coach will have told them to make sure they use the opportunity to get a good rhythm going on the boat and make sure they can make the most of the opportunity out here on Cirque this afternoon. But you're right, it's comfortable for them right now, no question.
And again, great depth in these programs. To have 4 in the year 10 boys to have 4 8. So a real credit to the boys in both of these crews. Of course, they're very, very, as we all know as parents, very little between the boys in each crew. And but look, as we see the Ignatius boys coming together, they look like a very strong crew. Some big, strong boys in the engine room there.
Yeah, they're having a go, aren't they? There's no question about that. They're certainly not taking the fact that they've got a few lengths up their sleeve for granted, and they're going to push through, moving pretty quickly and still keeping the rate up. At a brisk level as they come through the 1,000 metre mark You just see them going past the flagpoles there, halfway down the course.
That's a pretty good split, to be fair, for a Year 10 boat, 325 at 1,000 metres.
Yeah.
And a little bit of distance back now to Kings. So it's going to be interesting to see how Kings have responded to this. They were 11 seconds in arrears. Let's see how they've gone as they come through the 1,000. Dropping off a touch there, the Kings boys. As we said, Richard, very hard, isn't it, to make up, but still a fair way to go. We're only halfway through, but the Ignatius boys holding very good form here and starting to pull away as we approach the 12:50 mark.
Well, let's use this as a benchmark for Kings. They were at the PLC Kings Regatta. In this event, the Kings school were 38 seconds behind. You know, they got the opportunity to see if they can make a little bit of a dent.
Yes.
In Riverview today, and
goodness me, Richard, you've done your homework, but you're right. It's this is a race that you follow very closely throughout the season, and you're right. It will be a real a test to see. Now here come the Kings boys now, and that Cox will be really trying to lift the boys, lifting the rate as the Ignatius boys stay strong and keeping their form very nicely, aren't they?
Yeah, no, they're looking good. Certainly, it's great seeing the sort of quality of rowing right through the depth in these ranks in Year 10, and I guess that's testament to the coaches and the program that these schools have got. Because all these guys, you know, as we were saying before, you know, you never know where they can end up from Year 10. The way boys grow at different rates, and there's no reason why these guys can't progress up the ranks when they get into the fours next year.
So the 1,500 metre mark, Ignatius going through in 5 minutes 14 seconds. A little bit of clear water here between them and Kings, who had that little bit of a hiccup at the start, getting tied up in the boys, but we're still waiting for Kings to come through. Here they come through here now. A little bit of a gap between at 23. So, look, credit to St. Ignatius that to get out in front like that, Richard, with a lead like that, would it be fair to say you could sort of sit back on your laurels at times and maybe give a few seconds away? But these boys have really dug in, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. And, definitely tempting to sit on top of the boat and just stretch it out and, maybe drop the pressure back a little bit. And they may well be doing that, but they're certainly maintaining a lot of composure and using the opportunity to have a good row through. Coach will be riding alongside them on the side of the course, keeping an eye on them, making sure that they have a crack. And it looks like they're taking on the brief.
All of these boys rowing too. We know how competitive it is, not only in the crews and the boat sheds and the year groups, and coaches looking at combinations and changes that can be made 1 or 2 weeks out from the head of the river, of course. So all of these boys rowing for their spots in the crew and eyeing the crew above, so it keeps everybody honest.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Things can shift around a lot, as we know, even in the weeks before the head of the river. So they've got around about 5 strokes to go at the moment. The St. Ignatius crew, as they come up to the line in this schoolboy 4th, Year 10-8. It's a great row from that crew who've had the running of it this season so far. And that's excellent as the King's School now with probably about 100 metres back behind, and also making sure that they leave nothing in the tank and starting to lift the rate up a couple of points and bring it home as hard as they can. And we'll be interested to see what the gap is and see if they're closing in on their rivals in this Year 10 4th 8.
There we go, 26 seconds back to Kings. So they didn't do themselves any favours right at the start. And what was that split between them in the last regatta out here?
38 seconds.
Well, look, there's an improvement, and let's take another 5 off that for getting tied up in the boys. So. Yeah. You know, they're moving in the right direction,
exactly.
The Kings boys. Well
done.
I'm
sure the coach will be giving them that feedback. So that's a great race. And the official results, St. Ignatius first in time of 7 minutes, 0.45. Second was Kings, 26.43 seconds behind. As the crews in the Year 10 3rd 8 now wait down on the start. This is race 27 on your program. Looks like we've got a scratching from Scots in lane 2. Lane 3 is Shaw. Lane 4, St. Ignatius College, St. Joseph's College in lane 5, lane 6 is Newington, lane 7, Grammar, and lane 8, Kings.
Yeah, Scots, did Scots row in the first race here? I'm not 100% sure, but they're certainly scratched from the second. Again, the second race for these boys here today, which, year 10 lads, 2,000 metre races. They'll sleep well tonight, these boys, for sure, as we watch the Grammar crew, I think it is, making their way in. All right, so we've got other than Scots, we've got a full line-up here. As looks like who's that coming in there? Is that the Ignatius boys making their way in? I think it may be, yes it is. So just for those at home again, listening in, the crews here for the year 10 third eights. Newington is Ollie Barrington-Higgs and is Koskela, Rishi Kumar, Zach Kingston, Jesse Gordon, William Chandler, Zach Foreman, Samuel Morsley, coxed by Billy Negree, coaches Alex Nicol and Howard Goodall. St Joseph's are lining up with Massimo Furnesi, Alex Brazel, Marcus Opie, Fraser Dickinson, Frederick Mead, Max Downs, Thomas Spigoni, William Sharp, coxed by Oscar Crawford and coached by Matthew Corrigan, Matthew Courtney and John Reading. The Grammar crew of Ewan Watt, Matthew Stout, Jeffrey Lynn, Angus Gow, Fletcher Platt, Oliver Snow, Ben Stubbs Galston, Eric Steamers, coxed by William Chamberlain, coached by Christopher Erdale and Stephen Tong. Scratched Scots, and then we've got, who have we got in the King's boat there, Richard?
In Kings, we have Angus Smith in the bow seat, Alex Lindemann, Jack Martin, Benji Mackay, Archie McLean, Jack Bell, Samuel Hill, Lachlan Horn, the Cox, Thomas Seaton Cooper. And then in the shore boat, this is the school year 10 third eight, Jesse Cochran, Jack McRae, Lachlan Marchut, Toby Campbell, Jock Fennick, Adam Watson, James Collier, Alex Hosking in the stroke seat and coxed by Hamish Longstaff. And then in the St Ignatius boat, Zachary Nandal, Alexander Harper, Julian Samore, Gabriel Turner, Benjamin Noble, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Samuel Fleming, Thomas Finlayson. Great name that, isn't it? Finlayson.
Oh, that's
lucky
wonderful.
bloke.
Yes.
A Cox, Max Fallon, and the coach Simon Kender is in there, sitting on the start line now, looking like they're not too far away.
We're waiting on a crew there, Richard. Looks like we've got 5 crews in with 6 listed. So with Scots out, they were the 7th. So who? I think we may be one shy. A few of the boys looking over their shoulders there. Are we waiting on? This can sometimes happen, can't it? But a miscommunication. I'm not sure. Are we all lined up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are they all there? No, they're away. They must all be, yes, all right. So we're away in the start of the year 10 third eight as they make their way down the circuit. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews. I'm just wondering if we possibly had a scratching with another crew as well as Scots, but underway there now. And as they make their way into the mist, a good strong start by all the boats, and we will get a bit of a read on how they're going, how they're rating at the 500 mark. But certainly it looks here from our angle in this wonderful water that we've got here today out at Cirque, that again, a very close start right across all 5 of these crews as these young lads make their way to the first 500.
Yeah, you've got very strong programs, haven't you? But particularly at the Shore School and the King's School in this year 10-8 traditionally. And having a look at the results from the PLC regatta, it was Shore School who took that one. With St Joseph's just 2 seconds behind, and then Kings were third. So that's back at the PLC Kings Regatta a few weeks ago. So it'll be interesting to see today. But look, pretty tight across the course at the moment as they go through the 250 mark. It's difficult to say. We'll get a read on it, but it looks like perhaps the form might be with Shaw. But Joey's and Newington certainly right up there as well. Not much in it at this stage.
Yeah, that's what are we 1:30 now? So as they're coming into view now, folks, and it looks like the King's crew closest to us is they're just cross in front.
Followed by Newington, then Shaw, then Joey's.
Ignatius, I think, coming in behind King's there, is
Okay.
it? Yeah, Shaw in third spot,
Sorry.
St Joseph's and Grammar. So pretty close. Only about 2 or 3 seconds separating first from fifth here. So as you said, Richard, nothing much in it at all. 1 second lead to King's in first spot, or just over a second back, 1.68 seconds to Shaw. Joseph's, look at this, how close they were, just 1.14 of a second and behind Shaw, and Grammar only 2 seconds behind Joey's. So very, very little in it as they make their way through the first 500.
And so it was the Newington crew who we couldn't see there. That's actually Newington crew who are not in the race. Scots
Newington and
scratched,
Scots, yeah.
and Newington for some reason haven't appeared at the start line. So the crews racing out there are King's, St Ignatius, Shaw, St Joseph's and Grammar. And at the moment, it's the King's School who are ahead.
Well, the King's School will be happy with us, sitting in this position as they make their way to the 1,000, to the halfway mark. They're looking strong, and always a good position to be in, of course, when you can sit back and everyone else has to chase. You've got a wonderful close up there with the Cox really getting stuck into those King's boys and getting everything out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as they come through that, let's say 750 metres, actually coming up close to the 1,000 metre market there at the moment, they would certainly be starting to feel a burn in the legs right now. It's a tough part of the race here, and this is, the championship 500, often this second and third 500 metres. And King's, though, maintaining a half-length lead over that second crew, which is St Ignatius.
And Shaw still sitting just in the pocket there in third spot, and Joey's at fourth again. Still nothing in it. Kings may have pulled away just a touch, but still very close for second, third and fourth. Grammar just dropping off the pace a touch there in that last 500. But Kings maintaining, just under 4 seconds. So just, 2/3 of a boat length or thereabouts?
Probably about a boat length, actually.
And then a second back to Shaw and a second back to Joey. So, King's sitting there looking good, and but certainly we're going to have a real race on our hands as for these minor places. And remember, again, these boys have all got in the backs of their minds, as do the coaches and parents, the head of the river here in a couple of weeks' time. So all of these races, all of these 500s, these splits, they'll be going back and looking at it training on Monday, all very important.
Yeah, absolutely, and goes for every crew in the race, doesn't it? Of course, everybody would like to win, but those crews that are maybe a little off the head of the race will be starting to pick off their next mark. Can we get those guys who beat us in the last regatta? We were only a canvas behind. Can we make that up? What do we need to do? But the race at the head is with Kings, and they also won the Gold Cup. The fastest crew by a margin there in the Gold Cup in this third 8 over that 1,500 metre course, and they look to be carrying the form through here today.
So they're making their way here to the 1,500 metre mark. We can't be too far off. Here we come.
Oh, but look, the other two crews behind have really actually made up a lot of ground, haven't they? St Ignatius have taken back nearly 2 seconds over the King's School in that third 500 metres. So, they'll be really starting to wind up. And of course, Shaw just half a second behind St Ignatius, with St Joseph sitting in fourth position. So a really interesting race looming here over the last 500 metres.
Just Joey's dropping off a touch there, just dropping off the pace. But goodness me, you could throw a blanket over the first three, like an All Black Ford pack, if you don't mind me saying, Richard.
I don't mind you saying that, Brent. I'm just processing the metaphor, but I'm with you.
All right, so here we go, and beautiful calm waters here as they make their way into the last couple of hundred, and I'll let Richard bring us home, because this is going to be a very, very close race for first, second and third.
All right, we've got Kings on this side of the course in lane 2, who look like they've still got the lead, but they're really being strongly challenged by St Ignatius College there. who are finishing really, really quickly, and up behind them Shaw, who were just half a second behind. So we've got a pretty tight race as we come into the last 100 metres. Actually, the crew on the far side, the Shaw School, really working hard now and lifting the rate by a couple of points to try and come over the top of St Ignatius. Kings still just got the advantage, but they've really had to work on it the last 500. They'll be really feeling it in the legs now, and they're digging as deep as they can, because St Ignatius may well have just taken them. It's going to be a fight. I just don't know who's got that, but Shaw just behind as well. So look, it's Kings on this side with St Ignatius, photo finish, and then Shaw just half a canvas behind. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. And then St Joseph's College just a length or two back with Sydney Grammar School just coming through the last 50 metres of the race now.
Goodness me, photo finished first and second, and we're right on the finishing line here. It's a very, very tricky one to pick. Who would you, if you had $5, who would you put it on at that finish? Do you think Kings hung on?
I think Kings maybe just got there, but
they probably, being over on this far lane is always difficult too, isn't it? When the two boats alongside each other are egging each other on. Kings were right across
the photo.
Here.
I don't know what that tells us, to be honest.
Goodness me, that's
if everybody can see that on their screens, I'm not sure, but that's
that looks to me like Kings just have their nose in front if that's where they were going over the line, but goodness, no, not much in it at all.
Looks like we're going to have another look at it, are we? No, that's the live. So we'll await the outcome of that race, but that was pretty exciting. And
so it looks like they may have given it to Kings at this stage, but we'll wait for that to be official. Yeah, looking at the shot here, it looks like they've just, goodness me, there's nothing in it. And that's a great effort by all three of those boats. And also, Kings way across this side wouldn't have perhaps been as aware of how close those other boats were getting, but great finish.
Yeah, they had 4 seconds nearly back down at the 500 metre mark. So they got out to a great start, and they've just managed to hang on. But I tell you what, it's not a good feeling watching those crews on the far side of the course rowing you down and having to dig super deep when you've already spent a lot of bickies earlier in the race. But we've got to start now in the Year 10 second 8.
Yeah, the second 8 are underway, and goodness me, that was a very exciting finish for the Year 10 third 8. So with the second 8, we've got Sydney Boys High with William Yuan, Patrick Chen, Daniel DaCosta, Samuel Yin, Subhan Mustafa, Abita Sharma, Chris Huang, James Waxman, and Cox by Stanley Tang, coached by Steve Komnonis. Scots, we have Scots Maxwell Deal, Noah Matani, Hugo Hart, Ryan Cunningham, Charles Brand, Rock Barrackett, Michael Geyser, Henry Purhouse, Cox by Charlie Small, coached by Angus Burrell. The grammar crew made up of Alessandro Stallone, Antoine Sankey, Alexander Murdy, Alistair Cheapman, Douglas Krieger, Charles Cutbush, Sam Patradoon, Archie Osborne, Cox by Jamin Lee and coached by Michael Kelly. St Ignatius crew made up of Angus McKinnon, Matt Collins, Flynn English, Michael Petchell, Charles Zhang, Thomas Harrop, Angus McCaffrey, Harrison Loiterton, Cox by Nicholas Hyde, coached by Angus Moore. And who have we got in the Newington crew there, Richard?
These crews just come up to the 500 metre. I'll just quickly run through and we'll have a break once we get the results. But the rest
here they are now. There's that split just now, Richard, with Kings coming through just a nose in front. Kings at 135 at the 500 metre split, just ahead of Shaw, just less than 2 seconds, 1.8 seconds behind. Very close centre, Joey's, St Ignatius, Newington, and Scots, all within about 2 seconds. Those 1, 2, 3, 4 boats. Grammar 4 seconds back from Scots in 7th, and Sydney Boys High right there in behind Grammar, 2 seconds back.
Okay, so we'll see how the rest of that race unfolds. Just quickly running through the remainder of the crews. So from Newington, Sam Hallett, Gil Scott, Luca Beardmore, Oscar Martins, Noah Tainch, Caden Hassan, Matthew Potter, Christian Biasotto, Cox, Nick Wadland, Coach Marty Nicholas, a great former Mossman coxswain. From my era back in the 80s, Brent. I'll take you back. We can do some reminiscing later when we get a
wooden boats.
I think that'd be fascinating for the viewers.
Oh, look that, yeah.
Shaw School, Samuel the Warn, Dale, Max McAlpine, Fred Loxton, Remy Cameron, Lawson Banks, Tom Westwood, Oscar Malbauer, Archie Parker, the Cox, Archie Parker, the Stroke, Cox is Sam Warbert, and the coach is Jeff Stewart, decorated Olympic rower. King's School, James Davis, Peter Zagas, Oliver Bucknell, James Byrne, Thomas Engsel, Joel Bradford, Lachlan Costello, Lachlan Wong, the Cox, Tom Bell, and St Joseph's, Alex Quick, Aston Lockton, Kobe Ashby, Nicholas Newsom, Jack Cullen, Xavier Ball, Ashton Courtney, Will Bensley, and the Cox, Alexander Phillip, and coached by Benjamin Wiley. And how are we going up to the 1,000 metre mark?
We're just at the 1,000. Goodness me, this looks close. First through here was Kings, 3 minutes 14. Right in behind them, Shaw. So Shaw made up there a bit of space. 2 seconds behind. St Joseph's in behind Shaw by less than a second. Then we've got 2 seconds back to Newington in fourth. St Ignatius a second and a touch off Newington in fifth. And Scots just dropping off St Ignatius a touch at 3.6 and 9 seconds back to Grammar. So what was a very close 500, the second 500, they just started pushing out a bit. Sydney Boys High keeping very honest, just 6 seconds off Grammar.
Yeah, and that's interesting. I'm just looking back at the results actually from the PLC regatta, and Kings were a good 10 seconds clear of Shaw in that regatta, so Shaw have really made up a lot of ground now. Back then, St Joseph's were in second position in this race, followed by Newington. So Shaw have turned the tables and moved up into second position, but I know St Joseph's weren't too far behind them, so expect to see a challenge from them. And Newington's still definitely in the picture as well, and the other crews, up in the running too for the podium.
Yes, as they're making their way now, we can see them approaching here up to the 1250 mark, so it won't be too long before we get that 1500 metre split. And looking through the binoculars here, it doesn't seem to be a great deal across the field. And
I'd say Kings certainly still out in front.
Yes,
they're on this side of the course.
Yes, and then you've got the Joey's crew and the very easily the Cerise bright pink caps on there coming up through the middle, and not too much. Yeah,
we've got King's School just come through first, still holding the lead, but it's only a couple of seconds over Shaw, and St Joseph's just 1.35 seconds behind them, back to St Ignatius for the 3 seconds behind. Grammar just half a second behind Iggy's, and then the Scots College, who are around about 8 seconds behind Grammar in 6th position.
Grammar have really pushed up there, and a bit of a gap between Grammar and Scots. But at the front of the race, it's going to be possibly like the race before. Not too much in at 1, 2, and 3 at this stage. So as they approach the 1750 mark, the Coxes will be really edging these boys on, as they certainly 2 or 3 boats, they're very, very little in it. We're looking at Kings on this far side towards us. Joey's coming through the middle, and it's the Shore crew is it out there, and what are they, about lane 2? Look like they, it's going to be very close, I think, between Kings and Shore here. Richard, how are you calling it?
Yeah, I think that Kings look like they've still got, around about half a length, maybe 3/4 of a length over the top of Shore on the far side of the course from us, over in lane 2. But really tight between St Joseph's College and Shore. St Joseph's College, who have previously been coming second in these races. But Shaw has almost certainly got over the top of Joey's by around about half a length, and they're probably only just on 3/4 of a length behind the Kings, who go over in first position. It's a great row from that Kings second junior 8. Shaw in second position, Joey's in third, not too far back to Newington, just coming over the line now, and then St Ignatius College, and Scots just back a couple of lengths from them. Certainly still having a good crack to the line, the Scots College, and then Sydney Grammar just a couple of lengths further back. So a great race in second junior 8, and a lot of coaches watching carefully to see what's going on there as we finalise crews for selection into the head of the river.
And Grammar coming in now, keeping their form nicely as they cross the line. There they are, just, about 16 seconds back from the Scots crew. Grammar in 6th position, and the Sydney Boys High crew coming through very strongly to finish here the Year 10 second 8s. And we are underway in, it looks like, the first 8's Year 10, but we'll get back to that in a moment as the Sydney Boys cross the line here. All right, so we've got a start in the year 10. This will be the year 10 first eights. We've got some. The boys are just pushing through the first 500 now, so we should have some 500 splits coming up for you in just a moment. Nothing there yet, but looks like a full field there for the year 10 first eight.
I've got a 500 reading on that school 10
Great.
first eight. So St Joseph's College in first position. They're just 0.28 of a second ahead of the King's School, and then just back still less than a second to Shaw. So really tight across those first three crews: St Joseph's, King's, and Shaw, followed by St Augustine's in fourth, Newington, then Scots, then Grammar, then High, and St Ignatius were scratching for this race.
So the St Augustine's crew. So who was the scratching? Sorry for this. Ignatius. Okay.
No,
So
yeah, Ignis, yeah.
Augustine's crew of Cody Murphy. This is in our year 10 first eight crews. Joel Cunningham, Tane Potts, Cody Kearney, Oscar St Pereira, Tom McGee, Jacob Hickey, Dougal Mackenzie, Cox by Lachlan King, and coached by Bande Ungamark. Newington, the crew of Finn Grove, Morgan Jones, James Gedaskowski, Tom Carlisle, Tom Chanter, Oscar Sutherland, Jamie DeBotton, James Blakeman, coxed by Will Nichols, coached by Aidan Smith. So we make our way through the Shore crew here in the year 10 first date. The boys in the Shore boat, Blake Fight, Hugo Patrick, Tom Galligan, Tom Harbert, Sorry Sloan, Tom Hebelwhite, Thomas Walt, Will Clubb, coxed by Luke Chopper and coached by Tim Morrison.
And they've just come through the 1,000 metres in St Joseph's College, 3:09 in first position. They're just half a second ahead of King's. Back there in third, 1 second back to Shaw. Then St Augustine's, then Newington.
Goodness, this is very close, isn't it? 5 or 6 seconds splitting the first 4 or 5 boats, I think. It's, very close.
Really tight there. So a great tussle between King's and St Joseph's. And I think, King's have had the running in the junior eights. In this first junior eight, first year 10-8, over the last few regattas. So St Joseph's really taking it to them today, and obviously decided that they're going to hit them as hard as they possibly can out of that first 1,000 metres, and so far it's working, and we'll see if they can hang on. Back to Shaw, who haven't been as dominant in this event over the last few regattas as they traditionally are. I think they came fourth in the PLC King's Regatta. And then St Augustine's, who are sitting there, only another 2.5 seconds behind Shaw, who have a really strong junior eight as well.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how these boys hang on. At the 1,000 mark, there was about 7 seconds splitting the first 6 boats in the race, Richard, so nothing in it at all. So it's going to be interesting to see as they come through the 1,500 if anybody has put the hammer down, and we'll see very shortly as they make their way through.
Yeah, well, it's not called too early, but it looks like Kings have actually taken the lead there over Joey's, and then St Augustine's on the far side, maybe in third, and then possibly Shaw on this side, although maybe Shaw. So, yes, Kings in first position at the 1,500 metre mark in this year 10 first eight, and just waiting to see where the other crews...
We've got St Augustine's coming up here at about 2.8 seconds behind Kings at the 1,500, very close back to Shaw, 0.01 of a second. That's a photo.
Yep.
St Joseph's less than a second back at 0.98. Newington pushed out now to 6 seconds back to Newington, a couple of seconds back to Scots, and a little bit of a break of 9 seconds back to Grammar. So still very close, particularly in the middle there as they come into... as they come with 2:50 to go.
Yeah, some really tight racing, isn't it, there between St Augustine, Shaw, St Joseph's. But Kings, less than a length that they're holding on to out the front there as they come into this last 500. This is a cracking race, and you're really starting to see some quality rowing of, a lot of these boys who will be looking at positions in the first and second eight next year. Really well drilled and starting to move the boats super quickly. But it's Kings who've managing to assert their dominance as they have in previous regattas over the rest of the field, and Shaw, who've been strongly challenged by St Augustine's in the middle, and I think they may just have the edge over the top of them, and St Joseph's who've been right up there, who've just fallen back a little bit behind Shaw.
This is a wonderful finish from Augustine's on the far side, Richard.
That's really close, isn't it? I think Shaw's just going to get them by the looks of it by about a canvas, but it's the King's School who go over in first position, Shaw in second, St Augustine's in third, St Joseph's just clear water a length and a quarter back. who are just coming a length or so back behind Scots College, and Sydney High just a length or so back in the field behind Grammar.
Goodness me, that was a real effort. You look across there to our right, there's some very tired boys, totally spent there with that finish. That dragged a lot out of them. All of them had to row very, very hard to hold those positions. Great race by Augustines on the far side, and great to have them here at the Scots Regatta, keeping everyone very, very honest as we see the Sydney Boys High maintaining wonderful form as they make their way through here to make up the conclusion of our Year 10 first state race. So another quality race there, Richard, for sure.
Yeah, fantastic. And just seeing if we've got official results on that yet, but it looks like Kings have won that race in a time of 6 minutes and 19 seconds. They're unofficial results at the moment. So we'll wait till the rest of those come in. But Kings, Shaw, St Augustine, St Joseph's, Newington, Scots Grammar, Sydney Boys High.
And we're underway. It's all go here, Richard. Goodness me, no rest for the wicked. We're 1,000 metres into the school third 8 race here, with looks like 1, 2, 4 crews with a scratching from Kings is my mail here, and they've just made their way through the 1,000, and we await just some times coming through for this again. The schoolboy. Third 8. I've got a couple of times. Is this us here? Race 30 coming good. Looks like Joey's first in front with the timer split at the 1,000 metre of 3:21. 2 seconds back to St Ignatius, and then a 7-second split, or 7.7 split back to Shaw. They're the first 3 that we've got coming through. Looks to be. Is there just the 3 in this one? We might have had another scratching.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, just the 3 crews.
Just the 3. So just confirming that Joseph's at the 1,000 mark in front to from St Ignatius, who have 7 seconds on shore as the boys make their way towards the 12:50 mark in the second race of the school third 8s. The St Joseph's crew of Massimiliano Sacchitano, Luke Broughton, Henry Crawford, Hudson McRae, Max Spooner, Benson Mariner, Anthony Becara, Oliver Ferreira, Cox by Alexandra Phillips, coached by Denise Probst and Darcy Adams. The shore crew of, now if we have got a shore boat in there, yes, of William Defina, Aidan Robinson, Cam Thurgood, Lachlan Watson, Jack McRae, Tom Blackwell, Tony Campbell, Finn Beachley, coxed by Sam Bashir. And then we've got the St Ignatius crew making up 3 crews in this race, the school third 8s, of Joseph Dillon, Leon Manson-Bunton, Luca Gleeson, Lachlan Bridger, Lachlan O'Brien, Benjamin Hallam, Lachlan Earsdown, Rocco Rizzo. The Rizzos, there's a few Rizzos have gone through St Ignatius rowing, Richard, and coxed by Harry Kelly and coached by David Hogan as these boys have made their way. We're now getting a time here at the 1,500, is that right?
Yep, the 1,500, we've got St Joseph's College of the number 1 crew, 5 minutes and 6 seconds in first place, and they're 4.34 seconds ahead of St Ignatius College, and then a further 5.38 seconds back to Shaw in third, making the 3 crews in this event, the school third 8.
And yeah, it looks like St Joseph's sitting comfortably here in their very distinctive bright pink caps as they make their way up the middle of the course, holding their form very well over St Ignatius in second spot. Again, a great testament to the senior rowing program at these schools to have the third 8s. It's wonderful to see these third 8s out on the water, and here we come. And Richard will call the last probably 150, 200 as they come in.
Yeah, and St Joseph's College, who won this race also at the Gold Cup, but they're being challenged more firmly than they were in that event by St Ignatius College, who are perhaps 2 lengths back. But look, I've got to say they're looking pretty comfortable for a third 8. They certainly know how to row. Often these are sometimes a slightly more social crews, but these guys are well drilled, and they're just about to head over the line, rating about 32 strokes a minute. That's a complete guess, but I don't think I'm too far off.
I'd say 33, Richard, but look, let's go with 32.
And St Ignatius College just coming up there behind, as you can hear on the siren, only a length or 2 back, with the Shaw School a further 2 or 3 lengths up behind them, who'll be moving over the finish line here as the mist clears over this course. And we look down on the dais, and we've got the Kings first year 10-8 look like they're receiving their medals down there simultaneously as those boats go over the line. But it looks like St Joseph's College will take the school third 8 and a time of 6 minutes and 48 seconds. St Ignatius followed by Shaw in third position.
It looks like we've got a start in what must be the second 8 race.
I think it's the 4s.
Oh, the 4s, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're correct. Now, look, what do we got here? Is this the... I can see them coming up the... this will be the schoolboy, the 4th 4s.
Yep, schoolboy 4th 4.
So we've got a split at the 500 for the schoolboy for 4th 4, race 31 on the agenda here today, with St Ignatius coming through the first 500 at 1:43, just 2.7 seconds ahead of Joey's. Kings coming in behind them, another 8 seconds back to Kings, and then we've got a 4.6 second break back to Scots. So pretty spread out here in this particular race, Richard, at the 500. Bit of a spread between first and fourth.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see. This is the second race that these boys are doing today. I mean, all races are being, excuse me, treated as finals. But as they come through the 1,000-metre mark there, who have we got in front?
Looks
there?
like at 1,000, St Ignatius in front. They've got 5 seconds on Joey's in second place. And we're just waiting for the... these boys are quite spread out in this 4th 4. Looks to be coming through now, which will be in third. That'll be Kings coming in third. A 17-second gap between second and third at this point, and it'll be, I think, is it the Shaw crew that may be coming up the rear here, but we'll wait to get confirmation of that as these boys make their way to the 12:50 mark. Sorry, my apologies, it's the Scots. The Scots boat coming in 4th spot, 17 seconds back. So Ignatius followed by Joseph's, then the King's School and Scots. They're the 4 crews in the schoolboy 4 as they make their way towards the 12:50 mark.
Yeah, well, that's interesting because in the first race today, the Shaw School took that by nearly 10 seconds. So they're not present on the program.
I don't think they are. Looks like there's only 4 crews. Looks like Shaw may have scratched for this this one.
Yeah, that's right. So they've packed up the boats, decided they've had enough racing for the day, and headed back. But it's St Ignatius who are out in front, and they came second in this morning's race, and then St Joseph's, and then Kings, and then back to Scots, the second crew.
We'll be approaching the 1500s shortly, folks. We can give you a little bit of a split as they come through. Looks like Ignatius still sitting in front there to St Joseph's, and unlikely that Kings will have caught Joey's with a 17-second gap there. Here, so here comes our split at the schoolboy 4th 4 at the 1500-metre mark, and it is St Joseph's out in front. Second, that could be a bit of an error, is it? Oh no, sorry. So my apologies. It's St Ignatius out in front, 3 seconds to Joey's. So still not too much in it between those two with 500 to go. Certainly both keeping themselves honest, but quite a gap back to third and fourth at this stage. So the race will come down at this stage with a couple of hundred to go to St Ignatius and St Joseph's.
Yeah, St Ignatius looking reasonably comfortable, got around about a length over St Joseph's College. They came through the 1500-metre mark in 5 minutes and 26 seconds, 4 seconds ahead of St Joseph's. St Joseph's were holding a lead of a comfortable lead of nearly 20 seconds over the top of Kings, and then back to Scots. So as we come into the final 250, we've just passed the 1750 mark, and St Ignatius, traditionally very strong in these Cox 4 events. It's the schoolboy 4th Cox 4, and St Ignatius are holding a handy lead, a good length over the top of St Joseph's College. Comfortable rating, possibly in the 28 to 30 area, maybe just lifting it up a little bit now at the urging of their coxswain, just to remind themselves that they've still got a good surge left at the finish, but they've got No, well, St Joseph's really having a final crack at them actually. So I'd say Riverview just going to put in a couple of firm ones to make sure they're well clear as they cross the line. 3/4 of a length back to St Joseph's College.
Quite some distance back then to the King's crew, I think it is, and then further back to Scots. Probably, there's a good 15 seconds between these two crews as well. So quite spread out as we get to the tail end of the fourth four. But the King's boys making their way with about 50 to go, keeping their form, and the Cox urging them home as they come into third spot. Always nice to get a podium, Richard, after a 2,000 metre race.
Exactly, that's right. And that Scots crew, that's the second crew, that's the second of the fourth fours. So, they're out here to get experience and, enjoying being out here, I'm sure, on circuit. But looks like we've got to start down in the third fours now as well.
Yeah, they look to be well underway. In fact, certainly well past the first 500, so we might be able to get a bit of a split there with the third fours. Are they coming up as? That's the split. The 500. That's Scots in front in the schoolboy third four. Very, very close actually. 0.26 of a second back to Ignatius. Another 4 seconds back to Joey's. Newington's a couple of seconds in behind. King's coming in behind Newington, 3 seconds back. Then you've got 8 seconds back to Sydney Boys High. Short listed here, but looks like they may have been scratched as well.
And now we've got an update at the 1,000 metre actually. So they've just come through the 1,000 and St Ignatius have come through Scots, who were leading at the 500. So it's now St Ignatius College who are ahead in this race by about 2.5 seconds. Back to Scots. And then third, St Joseph's, fourth is Newington, and fifth is King's. Sydney Boys High behind them, and Shaw, who have put the boats on the trailer and headed back to the leafy North Shore for the afternoon. And
Yes.
No doubt preparing for the head of the river.
So these boys, as they make their way down the course, we'll get a split shortly as the leading boats coming through the 1,500, and from this distance, it doesn't look to be too much in it in this schoolboy third four between Ignatius, Scots, and Joey's. We'll just see if St Ignatius have maintained that lead as they come through the 1,500.
It certainly looks like it. In this event at the PLC Kings Regatta a few weeks ago, it was actually Shaw who aren't racing this afternoon, but then back to St Ignatius, Kings, Joey's and Scots. So St Ignatius have assumed the first position in the absence of the Shaw School. So I'll be interested to see how they match up next time they're on the course, and they're now Clearwater a couple of lengths ahead of Scots College, who are having a great row and certainly reversing results against St Joseph's at that previous regatta.
Well, these boys raced earlier today too. I don't have it in front of me, but interesting to see. I think we may have a bit of a change up in positions from the race earlier today for the schoolboy third four. But at the 1,500, it's Ignatius with 6 seconds on the Scots College. Third, St Joseph's a couple of seconds back. We go then 11 seconds back to Newington and 7 back to Kings. So still, it looks like Ignatius will have enough with probably 200 or 300 to go. But Joey's and Scots, that could be where the race is.
I think the racing is, you're right, between those two. And it was St Ignatius who won the earlier event, so they're managing to maintain that form. But Scots came in behind them just a second or two ahead of St Joseph's College. So that's where the racing is. It's really for that second position on the podium today. Although let's actually not discount Newington on this side of the course either, who are making a valiant effort to try and bridge the gap back up to St Joseph's.
Looks like the Scots boys in second place at the moment, but certainly keeping Ignatius honest and could be just pulling away a touch from Joey's, but it's going to be these three, isn't it, Richard, that'll determine the podium spots. Yeah,
it certainly is, and St Ignatius looking really long actually. It's a good row from these boys, looking comfortable in the water, stretching out. It's nice when you've got a bit of clear water over the top and you can just make sure you're moving the boat just lifting up a couple of points to remind yourselves that you've still got a bit of sprint in the legs and bringing it into the finish line, and that's St Ignatius College taking first position. Scots have managed to hang on to their lead over St Joseph's. It's a great row from them in second position, and St Joseph's just going over the line now. Back to Newington, a couple of lengths behind that St Joseph's crew. They're maintaining just on clear water over the top of Kings in lane 4. So it's Newington crossing the line. Kings just possibly 2 lengths behind Newington College. And then we've got Sydney High as well, who are just...
And as we wait for Sydney High, who are holding good form coming in, we do have a start also, Richard, in the schoolboy second 8, which was a cracking race earlier this morning. We've got a split
second
here.
4, yeah.
The second 4, sorry, the schoolboy second 4. At the 500, this was very close with the Scots College out in front, but by less than a second to St Ignatius, 1.6 seconds back to Shaw, a couple of seconds back to Newington, 4 seconds back to Grammar in 7th, and then Sydney Boys High, less than a second behind Grammar. So again, this looks like it's going to be a cracker if they can hold these spots, these splits between them. This is our schoolboy second 4 as they make their way up the river towards the 1,000-metre mark.
Yeah, and the Scots school have been having great results actually in these first and second 4s in particular over the last few weeks, and strong across the field. It's been great to see Scots program just starting to have a greater presence on the podium across these key events over the last couple of seasons, and under the direction of the coaching team here at Scots, and that's turning into results in this particular race for them today. Looking back at the PLC Kings Regatta a few weeks ago, it was Shaw who won this event, and then Scots, and then St Ignatius and Joey's.
We've got the 1,000-metre split here, Richard, as they just come through the schoolboy second 4. Scots College still in front, holding that lead over St Ignatius by 2.4 seconds. 2.2 seconds back to Shaw on third spot. Then Newington dropping back 5 or 6 seconds. So looking like from the Sydney Boys High, quite a drop back, and they're just ahead of Grammar. So it's going to be a real tussle for 5th and 6th there, but also 1st, 2nd, 3rd. This is going to be a really good finish as well. And the Scots boys have been holding the lead since the start. Be interesting, Richard, to see if they can maintain that lead throughout the whole 2,000.
Yeah, it will. And as I said, it was as in previous regattas, it's been Shaw who'd been taking the lead in these races, and that's been reversed here by Scots College today. So they're having a terrific row and managing to stay a couple of seconds clear of Shaw. But with 500 metres to go, anything can happen. So let's see if the boys can hang on.
It looks like they're coming through about the 1250 mark at the moment, so it's going to be really interesting to see those splits at 1500 here. Looks to me like it's difficult to call from this far out, but it looks to me like Scots are over the far side, are just keeping their noses in front, and quite a gathering of 3 boats through the middle of the field. So again, in the 4s here, as it was in the first race with these boys, it looks like it's going to be anyone's race in the last 500. We should be getting a split at 1500 in just a moment.
Well, and it's certainly going to show that Scots are ahead in this race, and it does. They've come through in 5 minutes and 12 seconds, and it's tight for 2nd and 3rd between Shaw in 2nd, 4.3 seconds behind Scots, and then just under a second back to St Ignatius. And that looks like it's going to be Newington coming through in 4th position. They're about just under 10 seconds behind St Ignatius. So a great row from the Scots College out there. And they won this race this morning. This is the second of these events. All the boys running 2 finals here today. So they've had a good rest. They've had a sausage sanger. They've come back out and had another crack, and so far they're maintaining their form.
And can we put a shout out? Of course, listening at home will be the director of Scots Rowing, Michael Probert, who is a very new father with the arrival of his daughter just yesterday, Richard. So he can't be with us out here today, but I'm sure he's here in in spirit, and congratulations to Michael Probert, who heads up the Scots rowing program. No doubt he'll have other priorities at the moment today, but he'd be thrilled to see this.
Do you think
Scots
he's managing
second
to
four.
sneak a peek?
Well, look, you'd be disappointed if he didn't, wouldn't you?
No, you would. I mean, I think, he'd like to think that he's given birth to a new era of Scots rowing.
Possibly.
And then he's managing to be in the labour suite giving birth to a different type of...
Yes. Exactly.
Dot.
Moving right along. So, and it looks like, you can call us home, but it looks like that Scots crew just looking even stronger as they come through the finish here.
Yeah, they look great. They're really stretching out long over the front, making sure they get extra couple of rolls on the wheel to keep the strokes long in the water. And they're about a length and a half over the top of the Shore School, who are going to be in second position. So it's Shore coming over the line now, and St Ignatius just rowing through there to take the third place on the podium. And then Newington crossing the line here in fourth position.
Looks like from the
how are we
distance
going
here-
in this race? This has been tight all the way down the course, hasn't it, between High and Grammar?
Yes, this is going to be a great finish.
It's a real
between
arm
these two.
wrestle. Grammar certainly, digging deep now. I think it looks like they've maybe got half a length. The coxswain's looking back over his shoulder to see where Sydney High are, and he's really yelling the boys to make sure they take advantage of the position they've got, which is about 3/4 of a length, and that's how it's going to finish.
That's a great finish by both of those.
Great
crews,
row,
isn't it,
guys.
Richard? Well done. Yep.
Nice and close.
And look, there's nothing left in any of those boys as they cross the finish line, and that's all you can ask for, isn't it? It looks like we're underway in the much-awaited first fours here. That was another great race this morning, and they're underway. We will get you a split at the 500. Again, a very close race this morning, where I think, if memory serves, did Shaw take that one out first up this morning? I think they may have done to Scots, but not too much in it. So we await splits in the schoolboy first four as they make their way to the first 500.
Yeah, and across the course there we've got St Ignatius in lane 1, Kings have scratched out of lane 2, St Joseph's in lane 3, Grammar in lane 4, Sydney Boys High in lane 5, Newington in lane 6, Scots College in lane 7. That's this side closest to the grandstand, and Shore in lane 8.
They've just made their way through the first 500, and as anticipated, this is very, very close. Shore in front with their nose in front by 0.28 of a second over Scots, less than a second back to Newington, 2.3 seconds back to St Ignatius in fourth, 0.3 of a second back to Joey's in fifth, a couple of seconds back to Grammar in sixth spot, and then just a couple of seconds back to Sydney Boys High. So we're looking at the first 1, 2, 3 or 4 boats, not more than 3 seconds separating them here, Richard. So again, as this race was this morning, this looks like it's going to be a cracker, and it was a real arm wrestle this morning between Shaw and Scots, although I think Shaw came home a couple of seconds ahead this morning.
Yeah.
So, and these two crews have been very much arm wrestling throughout this whole season. I think. Did Scots just pip this crew Shaw at the in the Gold Cup last week?
Yeah, that's right, and also in the PLC regatta as well. So Scots have had a good running so far this season, but they're being strongly challenged by the Shore School. So let's see how this one pans out today. In the morning here, actually Shaw took the advantage over Scots with just over 6 seconds. So. Turning the tables from previous regattas. So Scott's obviously looking to make amends here today. I know there's been a few crew changes as boys have shuffled up between the first 4 to the second 8. But Scott's definitely still very competitive here, although it looks like they may be surrendering a lead of around about half a length to the Shore School, but we'll get some official results on that shortly.
Looks like they're just about to come through the 1,000 as they do. It's Shaw that have now just got their nose in front over Scots by 1.8 seconds. Sitting back in third is Newington, just 1.5 seconds back in third. Then we've got a 4.6 second gap to St Ignatius in fourth. And look at that, goodness me, St Joseph's right up behind them in fifth with 0.3 of a second. A little bit of a gap of 8 seconds back to Grammar and 4 seconds back to Sydney High. So again, 3 seconds separating the first 3 boats here. So this next 500 is going to be really interesting.
It's kind of watching down on the jetty here as the boys from the Scots second four line up to take their medals, and obviously pretty excited by the win. So it was a great row from those boys.
Yep, and as we make our way towards the 1250, still a fair distance off, but it looks to be like it's, again, still very close as these boys in the schoolboy first four make their way down. As I said before, Shaw just with their noses in front of Scots, who are just a second and a half heading Newington. A little bit of a gap back there to St Ignatius. So 1, 2 and 3, very, very close. And it's going to be very interesting to see how these boys and how their coxswains respond in that last 500, as the coaches no doubt anxiously follow them on the racing bikes on the track alongside the course.
Yeah, and it's a real physical test for these boys. It's the second race of 2,000 metres in a matter of hours this morning. That is, you know, a real physical challenge. 7 minutes of racing, thereabouts, 6.5, 7 minutes of racing for these fours, and it's pretty tough to turn around and head back down at the start and do it all again. But Shaw managed to maintain their form, and looks like Newington now just getting over the top of Scots. So they're going to dig deep if they want to maintain their second position from this morning.
Yeah, very, very much clustered together too. These three boats are in lanes alongside each other, which always makes for an exciting finish, doesn't it? Where the boys and the rowers and the cocks can see each other, they can hear each other in the boats alongside, and yeah, Shaw just starting to pull away a little bit here with 500 to go, with getting 3.5 seconds on Newington. But Newington and Scots are going to fight it out at this stage, I would say, for second and third.
Yeah, it does look that way, doesn't it? Looks like they're just coming up into the final 250 metres now, just past that timing tower. The boys changed from white to red, and you know that you've only got around about 20 strokes to row, and they're probably counting them down. Just the lactate really building up in the legs now, the arms starting to burn, coxswains urging you on, wanting to drain everything you've got and give it right over the line. And you know, we've said before, all the boys acutely aware that there's seats in boats up for grabs in the head of the river, so they'll certainly be wanting to make sure they're giving a good account of themselves. And Shaw lifting the rate 36, 37 strokes per minute over the top of looks like Newington now, but Scots aren't letting Newington get away with it too far.
St Joseph's on the far side are coming
strong.
Yeah,
St Joseph's are finishing really strongly as well. In fact, they're going to try and challenge Scots. So Shaw have just gone over the line in first position. Newington are going to take second. Scots are just holding off Joey's, very close, you know, possibly under a second, with Joey's in fourth position, and then back to St Ignatius College in fifth. And then Sydney Grammar only a length or two back, and they're lifting the rating and really trying to deliver it home to the finish line there as well. About 3 or 4 strokes to go, and then just back to Sydney High. A great race there in the school first four.
Yeah, it's and that's certainly been a category, a division that has been very, very close this year between a number of schools. So Shaw would be very, very happy with that finish in the first in the first four to 2 weeks out to the head of the river, Richard, to have your last race out here and win by just under 6 seconds. That's they'll be happy with that, but certainly Newington, Scots and all these other boats, they're right in there. And as you say, only one race on the day at the head of the river out here in 2 weeks' time, 2 today. So still work to be done.
Yeah, and looks like we've got to start there in the school second 8. And across the course there, we've got race 35, school second 8, St Ignatius in lane 1, Newington lane 2. Actually, let's give the results as they come through. Oh, no, we don't have them yet. Okay, no, we do have them here. So St Ignatius in lane 1, in the school second 8. They are in first position at the moment. They're just 0.3 of a second ahead of Shaw, who are in turn under a second ahead of Kings, and then just over a second back to St Joseph's College, and just over a second back to Newington, and then a further gap back to Sydney Boys High. So really tight racing here in the school second 8.
Goodness me, that is tight at the 500, isn't it? Literally just a couple of seconds separating the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats. So as we would expect, with these schools, second 8, very competitive crews these, and certainly in that first 500, absolutely nothing between them.
No, and we saw really, really tight racing this morning. It was St Ignatius who won the race this morning, but they got there by 0.2 of a second over Shaw. So that was a really thrilling race, and I think we're going to be lining up, for a similar kind of challenge between those two crews here this afternoon.
Yes, our second to last race on the agenda here today, the schoolboys second 8, and a good chance for a head out for these boys. They'll probably be back. I think we've got a regatta back here next week. As our final regatta at Cirque before the big head of the river, but some schools will maybe choose to come, others will choose to stick to training programs that close to the.
Yes, it sounds like most of them probably taking the opportunity to train back at their home bases and taper for the head of the river. But across the 1,000 metres in this race, St Ignatius College. Who've maintained their lead through the 1,000 metres in just over 3 minutes. Nice, quick time. 1.87 seconds ahead of Shaw, then back to Newington in third position. Then Kings in fourth, fifth is St Joseph's, and then sixth is Sydney Boys High.
Goodness me, a 3-minute split at halfway, second 8. That's pretty quick for this time of the year. I mean, they might drop off a touch between now and the 2,000, but if you're getting close to a 6-minute 2,000 in the second 8, that's
right.
Pretty quick, isn't it?
Yeah, you're right, and that sort of magic 6-minute mark for 2,000 metres is a sort of a bit of a threshold. And you're right, if you're on track for that sort of number, then you're doing well in the second 8s, that's for sure.
So again, no Scots College in this race today. Bit of illness in the Scots College crew, so they decided to scratch the second 8 rather than pulling boys up out of their 4s program, which I think, Richard, is a good decision to make, isn't it? Because it can be very disruptive if you pull even just 1 or 2 boys up. Then the first, second, third, 4 get disrupted. And we could see today some good performances in the 4s. And perhaps,
I think you're trying to consolidate your crews at this stage if you possibly can. I mean, you want to have that element of competition so that there's still some jostling, but at the same time, you want to make sure you're really working on rhythm and technique and combination and all those sorts of things. And, that's best done with the same boys in the boat. So as far as possible, they'll be doing that.
The 1,500 looks like we're at the 1,500 mark here in our schoolboy 8, second to last race of the day, with St Ignatius holding on to Shaw. They've kept their noses in front by 2.4 seconds, less than a second back to Newington in third spot. Bit of a gap of 5.5 seconds back to Joey's in fourth, and then King's very, very close to Joey's. So Sydney Boys High just dropping off a bit. Sydney Boys High, but there's still a lot to, there's still another 500 to go. But St Ignatius will be happy to be keeping their noses in front with 500 to go, Richard.
Yeah, they will. And they've had the form all season, but they're really being strongly challenged by Shaw. There's no doubt about that. They're not going to let them get off the hook easily. And Shaw, with that sort of trademark precision as they come up with a nice long stroke, definitely underrating St Ignatius, who are probably up around the 38, 39.
And look at Newington pushing on Shaw there in third spot.
Yeah, Newington definitely challenging as well. But it's going to be St Ignatius College who are going to get there in the end by just on 1 length to the Shaw School. And then back by 3/4 of a length to Newington. And a big race here between Joey's and Kings in the second 8. Joey's are going to get over the top of Kings by about half a length. They're over the line now, and then Kings Bauman just comes through now.
Yeah, look, some really nice form there, and look at those times. Just a shade over 6 minutes for your second race out here for a second 8. That's coaches will be pretty happy with that, I think, with 2 weeks to go. That's great.
Yeah, and there's really, those flags flapping there's a touch of a tail, but almost dead conditions. So a really, really quick time from a school second 8. It'll be really interesting to see what the first 8s do.
It looks like we've just got the green light up on the pontoon 2 k's away, Richard, as I look through the binoculars here for the start of our final race of the day, of course, the schoolboy first 8. And lots of excitement always, of course, when the big first 8s come down, and that's Sydney Boys High coming in to bring up the rear of the second 8 race there. So as we await splits, the boys, the first 8 boys just coming around through the 250 mark or thereabouts, with St Augustine's in lane 1. We've got Newington lane 2. Scots look like they've scratched for this one.
Oh,
their first 8.
okay.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
Grammar in lane 4. Joey's in 5. Sydney boys high in 6. Shaw in 7. St Ignatius in 8. And Kings also scratched. So going into this race without Scots and Kings, what would the reason be, do you think, Richard, for that?
I don't know, Brent. I have absolutely no idea. I'll be curious to know. Look, the boys have been training super hard. We know that. And
They've had a
the
bit of
coach-
illness, I think, around the first and second 8 at Scots. So maybe after one race, the boys were a little spent if they're not 100%. So, but possibly. But here we come through the first 500, just waiting for those splits. Okay, here they come now. Now that looks like Grammar.
Yeah,
in
Sydney.
front. Look at that.
Yes.
That's well done to Sydney Grammar School at 127 at the 500. And goodness me, this is very, very close. St Augustine's 8.7 of a second behind Grammar. 0.24 of a second behind them is St Ignatius in third spot. Fourth, Joey's, which is just another 0.2 seconds back. Goodness me. Newington in fifth spot, 0.45 of a second, and then a little bit of a gap of 6. What is that? Is that about 2 seconds, Richard, between first and fifth?
Yeah,
Like,
that's amazing.
that's,
Maybe 2.5.
yeah.
And look, Sydney Grammar have been have had a great season and just been improving their form, regatta to regatta, and always so tight between these crews. I mean, certainly Shaw has had a bit of a gap over the rest of the field so far this season, but it does feel like it's closing up now. And for those other crews in that second band, the first from second to fifth, really, really tight racing. So who knows what's going to happen in the head of the river.
Now we don't have a time here for sure. I'm just wondering, as sometimes can happen, we get a bit of a gremlin in the system. I'm just wondering if those times that we've got, we're missing Shaw in there.
I'd say they haven't turned up. I'd say
Maybe late scratching from Shaw. Do you think?
I think they're a late scratching.
Okay, here we
Yeah,
go.
that's
Hang
right.
on. Now here we go. Here's the schoolboy first 8 at the 1,000. Grammar still holding on to that very narrow lead over Newington by 0.6 of a second. We've got 1.3 seconds back to Augustine's in third. Joey's a further half a second back in fourth spot. Then we do have Shaw there in fifth. Shaw sitting in fifth.
Sorry, so we got
in fifth spot, and then sixth spot St Ignatius, who are 4 seconds behind Shaw, and just a bit of a gap of 6 seconds back. So still, goodness me, still very, very close. Only 3 or 4 seconds between first and fourth at this stage, and then only a second separating those. So anybody's race.
It's really interesting. With a couple of weeks to go before the head of the river, you're seeing Sydney Grammar, who are going to take it. This race gets a medal. I mean, I would have thought all the boys would be out there having a crack. Sydney Grammar will be certainly pleased to pick this one up. Newington aren't going to let them take it easily, and they've been in really good form. A good tussle, actually, with Scots College all year. Newington taking one race, Scots taking the next. But, of course, the talking point here is that we've got Shaw School back, according to our screens, in fifth position.
Well, yes, and I mean, look, goodness me, this is a wonderful effort from Grammar. We're not used to seeing Grammar at first and Shaw at fifth, are we? 2/3 of the way through. So have we got that 1,500 metre split? Must be coming up very shortly.
I'm not trusting the result for the Shaw School there, saying they're in seventh position at the. I want to see that with my own eyes.
Well, here's the 1,500. What's coming up here is Newington now, with the noses in front of Grammar in second spot. St Joseph's at third, just a second back. Fourth place Ignatius, less than a second, and then very, very nothing between fourth and fifth with St Augustine's. And we've still got no Shaw coming up on our screen here. So I wonder if they're having maybe a bit of rigging trouble or something such as that. Who would know?
I don't think they're out there, Brent, when we look at the.
You think that's a phantom?
It's
a phantom boat.
Yeah. Perhaps it's a dream.
Yeah, here we go. We've got a line through Shaw, Scots, and Kings. So there we go. So a bit of confusion on the results there, but here we go with about 2:50 to go. Richard will bring us home, but looking like how are Grammar School? Are they still sitting in front with Newington there?
Yeah, it looks like Newington definitely have perhaps stretched that lead now over Sydney Grammar, and Sydney Grammar hanging on to St Joseph's. And St Joseph's have been struggling for form this year, really pressing Sydney Grammar, with St Augustine's just up behind. Newington, who took, I believe, perhaps second or third position at the PLC Kings Regatta, who've had a good season, and they're demonstrating their form out here today as they come down into the last couple of maybe 50 metres to go for Newington, just coming over the line now. And Sydney Grammar are going to hang on in second position. Riverview finishing really strongly on this side as well, but not going to quite get St Augustine's, and back to St Joseph's College. And as we said, really, really tight racing. Actually, a photo finish there for third and fourth between St Augustine's and St Ignatius College.
Well, look, some really interesting results there. Of course, not there today or this afternoon, nor Scots, but you can
Nor
only
Kings, who are the
Kings,
top
of
three
course.
crews.
But you can only race against who's out there on the water.
Yeah,
can't
no,
you?
exactly.
And,
So it's-
here comes Sydney boys coming in strongly to finish. So look, Newington and Grammar, I would imagine, would be very happy with that. Newington boys will be up on the dais getting a medal
Absolutely, they'll
for
take
today.
the win for sure, and good on them. That's
And Grammar School, Grammar be very happy with that. And look at the time is a pretty handy time
yeah,
too.
they've come in 5:59.21. And as we were saying before, any time under that 6-minute threshold, they'll be absolutely delighted with. And there's not a lot of assistance out here today from the wind, so that's a really, really handy time. And that gives us an insight into how quick the head of the river is going to be.
Definitely. Well, that's our last. Oh no, it's not. I think. Am I right in thinking that we've got some Year 7 boys coming out here
Yeah,
today?
I'm not sure whether that's going to end up being on the telecast at the moment. So we'll just wait for telecast. That's an old word, isn't it, Brent?
It
I
is.
think it's called a stream these days.
I don't know. Do you work in the industry?
Apparently I do. I've also been around for a while.
I wonder if we may have some Year 7 parents at home anxiously waiting to see if their boys are going to get on to the live stream. So we will stay with it as long as the stream is up. We understand that there is going to be some Year 7 racing, some 500-metre racing. Is that right, Richard?
I think
So let's hope that they do show. It'll be a great thrill for the folks at home to
we'll
watch.
stand tirelessly by, won't
We
we?
will. I think we go on time and a half, don't we, after 12:30?
Exactly, which means a second sausage and
That's
bacon
it.
roll.
So, folks, we might just take a little bit of a break here now, but we'll keep a bit of an eye on. We've got the official times have come through from our last race, the schoolboy first eights, with Newington in front on a time of 5:59.45. Second, Sydney Grammar School, 3.5 seconds back. In third place, St Ignatius, 1.8 seconds back from Grammar. Fourth spot to St Augustine's, very close. They were 0.14 of a second back from St Ignatius. St Joseph's came in at fifth, 1.3 seconds behind Augustine's, and Sydney Boys Grammar School just dropping off a bit toward the end there as they came in sixth spot.
And a fantastic day of racing. We will be seeing a medal presentation, will we? Not sure exactly how that's going to play out. We've got Dr. Lambert standing by there.
There he is. He's a lonely figure down there on the pontoon, Dr. Lambert.
Well, I think he's looking forward to the head of the river and seeing if he can get the double
Oh, there he is.
for the first eight.
Yes.
Not to mention all the other Scots crews.
Ended up in the water last year, I understand.
I hear
Dr.
he did.
Lambert.
I hear he did.
Yes.
I hear he did.
So he'll no doubt he'll have the speedos on
He was
underneath.
described as never seen being so happy.
Well, there you
by
go.
any of his staff.
There you go.
As he was, and I know that's of course that was a trophy that the Scots College were wanting to put in the cabinet
Well,
for
if
some
you-
time. In fact, I think it was 1979.
It was a while. It's no doubt he'll have the speedos on out here this year then under the suit.
Apparently, being thrown into the river, there wasn't a lot of resistance.
No.
As you said, he had the
Did
speedos
he throw
on
himself
under the
in,
suit,
or
ready,
did the
ready to go.
boys? Yes.
I think he dived in before anyone could actually lay a hand on him. Such was the enthusiasm.
But look, goodness, we could go on all day.
We could. It looks
no
like
doubt they'll have us back here for the head of the river.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think, as you said, when are the Olympics?
When are the Olympics?
Yeah.
And yes, and what time do Roy and HG come on?
That's right.
Folks, look,
Wow.
stand by.
Wow.
And as I said, we'll let you know if we are going to be here and if we do have the Year 7s. I can't see any activity out there, though.
No, I don't think it
Richard,
doesn't
so
look like that's going to happen.
It may not happen. So
We probably should just give some thanks to the Scots College Rowing Support